They gotta surround him with some talent. I think that's gonna be the big focus of today's show. What's up, crew? Welcome in. Did I leave? Oh, welcome in. Appreciate you guys for being here. Season's over. It's over. And I guess the Kings are the belle of the ball, based on what Adrian Wojnarowski said. I got to pull up that Woj report because that was a hell of a live. It was a hell of a live report from Woj, baby. There it is. Yeah, we'll play this. We'll run this live. Let me make sure we got sound.
Several of the players, but in particular, Jaden Ivey.
Yes, Jaden Ivey. Greeny was cracking me up last night talking about this Warriors team could be good. They could be good for a while, and they've got players on there NBA fans haven't even heard of. like wait a minute, who are you talking about? You mean the young guys that they drafted? Because y'all know you got the draft on next week. You probably want to hype up NBA fans knowing these players, but that's all right, Greeny. That's all right, buddy. I get it. I get it. Yeah, man. Dude, that's wild. That is wild. I'm not mad at him I saw it in a tweet. I don't know how many people tweeted it, but I saw brother tweet that, and I thought, okay, he's not wrong, but come on. I can't do. I wish you tell the whole story. Thank you. That's what I was hoping for.
I really wish you guys would tell the whole story.
That's it. That's it right there. Thank you.
Warriors fans, boy.
It's funny that we're taking notice to all our slights. Nobody picked us to be here. No, that's not. Stop. I did. I said at the beginning of the year, y'all would be here. You're talking about Stephen A. You're talking about whoever's on that First Take show or Skip Bayless, or you're talking about 4 people and saying nobody said we'd be here. Come on, man. And that's not what happened.
Yeah. And then even on top of that, as the season went along, people changed what it was. You'd be like, oh yeah, they really are a championship contender.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, man. Crazy. Yeah, awful. Showtime. What's good, baby? Happy Friday. Welcome into the June 17th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And
watch your mouth, woman.
We are thrilled that you are here with us. Busy Friday, as always. Trysta Krick. I imagine she's going to have a certain tone to her conversation today. I imagine a very happy Kyle Madson will be with us coming up in the 2:00 hour.
Euphoric.
And James Ham covers the Kings. So
not euphoric.
He'll be here. Well, James is tweeting a lot. There's another round of draft interviews going on today. And apparently the Sacramento Kings are the belle of the ball as it pertains to that number 4 pick and Jaden Ivey. So we'll dive into that. Of course, this is the first day of the offseason as the 2021-2022 NBA season came to a conclusion last night with the Golden State Warriors winning themselves another championship, 4th for this group. Just an absolutely stellar postseason, stellar series, and really a stellar year for Steph Curry.
Absolutely. Steph Curry. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I'm going to just reiterate it again. One of the top players to ever play the game, one of the top 10 players to ever play the game. This championship, it doesn't move him up on my list. Mm-hmm. It doesn't do anything up on my particular list. You know why? Because he was already there.
Yeah.
He was already there. And he just answered. There was a lot of people that would say a lot of slick things about Steph Curry. And while I'm not, this huge Dubs fan or anything else like that, I like my boy Steph. And I'd be like, come on, man. I know I don't like the Warriors either, but come on, man. Let's not disparage 30, because 30 is the truth. It don't matter what era we talking about. It don't matter who he's playing with or against. 30 is the truth. And for him to win this one and do it with this group of teammates and this collection of guys, this particular season, in this fashion, all that's got to be done. All that's got to be done. You can't disparage number 30. You can't disparage Wardell any longer. This guy, I can't even believe I'm saying this, Damian. This guy is verified and certified. He already was in my book, but some people, for whatever reason, didn't want to give him that. There's nothing you can say about this man now. Number 30 is the real deal.
I don't understand why I try to be careful in saying, why is he looked at like this? Why is he looked at like this? I feel like we're talking about a small segment of people. It's like the conversation we were having before the show started. The Warriors saying, people didn't pick us to be here. People didn't pick us to be here. Look, I know I'm nobody. I did. Like, I thought this was a championship team. What you're really talking about is like Stephen A. Smith. You're talking about Skip Bayless. You're talking about whoever sits across from Stephen A. Smith that day. You're talking about like 4 or 5 people didn't pick you at the beginning of the season, and you lump that into nobody said we'd be here. No, I think people that looked at your team thought that you were very good. Same thing as with Steph Curry. Oh, this Steph Curry disrespect. Steph is disrespected? Word? Because, like, not in my circles.
He is, but in classic Warrior fandom,
oh boy,
they always jump out the window. Like, he's the most disrespected athlete ever. No, he's actually not. Let's calm down. Like I said, I just mentioned, I see people trying to disparage him and trying to shortchange him. I see it, but I don't sit up here and say he's the most disrespected athlete of all time. And he's so no, let's not go there. Like, for instance, I'm not going to say it because this is my man's. And, he's enjoying his day. He's probably not listening anyway. But, I sent a couple of congratulations out last night, right? Couple of congratulations. Like, hey, congratulations, man. And it's big time, man. This is why you're a fan. Congratulations. And I got one of the responses I got back was, thank you and all this other stuff. But then one of the responses I got back was, you finally going to give Steph his flowers now? Excuse me? What? What are you talking about? I would talk to you like every day for a year, and you listen to the show all the time. When have I never given Steph Curry his flowers? But see, that's how they think. That's how they think. Even the guy that says,
come on, man, was that Danny in San Francisco?
I ain't named no names.
That was definitely Danny in San Francisco. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I'm like, what do you mean? Is he going to get his flowers now? What? But this is how they think.
That's all right. Danny been distracted by ventures outside of ESPN 1320. We're old news for him. But Steph is that dude, man. He is arguably one of the most influential offensive players we've seen in the history of this game. Mm-hmm. Like, he changes everything for his team on the offensive end. He changes everything that a defense can do. And when you got guys who can take advantage of that, I'm of the personal belief Clay is going to rebound next year. I'm of the personal belief that Clay is going to be a lot closer to the Clay that we know than this version. I'm not insinuating he's going to be better than he was before, but he's going to be, in my opinion, a lot closer to that version of Klay Thompson than the version that we saw in his return. Got guys like Andrew Wiggins who took advantage of the spotlight being on him. Jordan Poole, made himself a nice little bag of money here
Yeah.
this season in its entirety. And a lot of that has to do with the things that Steph Curry can do on the offensive end. And it's a credit to those players as well. It's credit to this front office. It's credit to the organization because they find guys who can feed into Steph. And it talk about this all the time. You can't be a leader if no one follows. You can talk about Draymond being the heart and soul of this team, and that's fine. I ain't in that locker room. But when I'm watching from afar, I'm watching the Golden State Warriors follow Steph Curry.
He's the straw that stirs the drink. I've said it a number of different times. Never mistake activity for achievement. And I don't say this to disparage Draymond Green, but everybody looks at him, being the rah-rah guy and being the loudest guy out there, and they're like, he's the leader, he's the heart and soul. And I said a number of different times, the high school high analogy. Everybody's doing all this stuff. When it gets down to it, they look to the back of the classroom to see Steph Curry. And whatever Steph Curry's doing, that's what they all will do. Like I said, in the movie High School High, Mekhi Phifer's sitting back there, class is going crazy. Teacher says, get your books out. All the class is going crazy. They stop. They turn and look back at Mekhi Phifer. Mekhi Phifer looks at everybody else, puts his headphones on. They go back to being crazy. That's Steph Curry. You don't have to say a lot, but everybody knows exactly who is in charge and who's the leader there, and it's Steph Curry, hands down.
Steph Curry, of course, did win the Finals MVP, which I think was
preordained. Verified.
Yeah. Now that did it. Now we can put an end to what may have been one of the stupidest sports media conversations in recent memory. Steph Curry. So what you're telling me, Steph Curry needed to win the NBA Finals MVP because you dumbasses wanted to give it to Andre Iguodala in 2015.
Should be embarrassed.
Okay, good call. What you're saying is now you feel better about yourself because you screwed up 7 years ago. No offense to Andre Iguodala, but come on, what are we doing? The Steph Curry, Steph Curry averaged like 30 points that season, that series. No. What all Steph Curry did yesterday was bail out a bunch of media members. That's all. 11 media members who voted for Andre Iguodala.
Hey man, I need those names. I'm sure we can find it.
I'm sure it's out there.
They should really be embarrassed. I need to hear. Look, Charles Barkley, I can make a mistake. If they want to come out and say, "Hey, I made a mistake," look, hey, we all make mistakes. I'm not going to hold you against it, but just recognize, just come out nowadays. Just come out today. Come out 8 years later and say, you know what? I was wrong. I was wrong. I got caught up in the moment. I had no business doing that. I was dead wrong. That's all you got to do.
We're going to take some people to task for this.
Oh, we got the names?
Sam Amick.
Oh,
he's not allowed to talk to us, so that's no big deal. Ken Berger, Hubie Brown, Jason Lloyd, who we talked to, Rusty Simmons, Mark Spears.
Oh, come on, Mark.
Mark Stein. They all voted for.
These are all respected people. We respect the hell out of these people. What were they thinking?
Howard Beck, Zach Lowe, Jeff Van Gundy all voted for LeBron James in that.
That's even more acceptable than Andre Iguodala.
It's significantly more acceptable.
Come on, man.
So
but you know what?
Sam, Mark, Jason, Hubie, you guys got bailed out yesterday.
Absolutely. And I want to say this. So can I have the floor for just a second? Look, man, I got to talk to my people right now. I got to talk to my guy, Bonte Hill. Got to talk to my guy, Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky, Morning Roast. Got to talk to my man Danny in San Francisco. I got to talk to my man Jason Perkins out there, Golden State Warriors youth camps. My man Jeff, Golden State Warriors youth camps. Man, I got to talk to Cheryl in Elk Grove. I got to talk to even Reese. He's out here running around in his Warriors gear today. I got to talk to all you guys. I got to talk to my man Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. I got to talk to all you guys real quick. And I just got to say, I don't like the Warriors, but I ain't no hater. So because of that,
Congratulations! Oh my God.
I just want one more time for the people, man. One more time for the people.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
My God.
You're ridiculous. You're
Hey,
ridiculous.
man, like I said, I ain't no hater.
All right. Well, there's unfortunately another side to this. Nah, you got to pod me up, Casey. Pod me up. Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to give KC some visual cues.
Right. There we go.
My comment wasn't working. I was trying to give you some visual cues, let you know that
I thought you wanted to turn Tyrese up.
No, I was trying to tell you to pod me up. Like I was trying to be smooth here, and the only people that would catch it was the chatty house. But now y'all know the little secret. My little broadcast device died, and I'm signaling to Kenny up. And he's turning Tyrese up and running it back. Oh man. Well, there's another side to this, and it's the Boston Celtics, and with celebration comes disappointment, and there's a lot of disappointment for the Boston Celtics. Yeah. And Tatum is going to have to wear this one, man, and it sucks. But we'll talk a little bit about them, and then we're going to dive into the Sacramento Kings. We're going to dive into the Adrian Wojnarowski report. We've got a lot to talk about here. With that number 5 pick is D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Congratulations!
Oh, so you can't hear us. Huh. All right. Are you connected to Comrex?
I am connected to Comrex, but everything's unplugged. But
no, plug it back in. You've got to stay connected.
Oh, I thought you wanted to do like
no. I had to. I'm gone.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's
my fault.
That's my fault, JC.
That's my fault. Yeah, I think it's on our end, getting that Wi-Fi thing in the top of the screen. Let's see if I can connect back.
Sunshine on me, Devin Booker. Eric, this is pretty funny. So, how are we feeling about the new Drake? So here's the deal. Here's the deal about this, and I caught it immediately. Hip hop heads hate it. Obviously, they're like, "This is garbage. This is trash. This wasn't a hip hop album." Clearly, this was like, what's the genre, like the EMD EP? What they call the
like a house, like music, dance music.
It was like a certain level of like there's like a certain Afro beat sound to it, like a new age Afro beat. This was not a hip hop album, but the hip hop heads are like, this sucks. Well, if I'm, EDM, thank you. If I'm at a EDM show, this probably hits hard. It's probably like, yo, Drake did this.
Just a quick note, we're going to have to run like this. I just reconnected and plugged in, and it's a bad look. So we'll have to run like this.
All good. Go
ahead.
Yeah, man. So it's whatever to me. Like I saw what type of album it was, and I was like, oh, okay, it's not a rap album. So
yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't even know it was coming out until you mentioned it, and then
nobody did. That's when it dropped. Like people were like, hey, tonight Drake coming.
I put it on this morning, and I got like 2 or 3 songs in. I was like, oh no, I'm okay. I just don't want to listen to it right now. I'll listen to it later. I don't want to. John Legend dropped a great song today. Yeah, John Legend dropped it. Not an album, but a song. I think he got a Lupe Fiasco dropped a new record song. Yeah, there was
he got that joint dope that's out right now that's been buzzing a little bit. John Legend, he's hit or miss for me.
Yeah, he kind of veered off a little bit.
Yeah, it's gonna hit or miss. He had a great song with my girl Janae Aiko a couple years ago.
Yeah.
When I move, you move. Love that song. 15 seconds here. Okay. 5 seconds. I'll be bringing us back all day. This is how we're gonna do it today. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
You're the boss, man. I'm just along for the ride. Kilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Apologies to the crew on 1320 AM in the Odyssey app. We had a little broadcast difficulty that doesn't really affect the live stream; it only affects the radio. But we've gotten that all corrected, at least as corrected as we can.
Hey, I want to say something real quick though. I think the Kings, and I don't mean to do this the day after the man wins another championship, but I think the Kings got it wrong with the head coaching search. I do. And this isn't an attack on Mike Brown. I think Mike Brown is a good coach, but I think there's somebody else that it just would have been perfect.
Okay, it's setting up for something. I can't sniff out what it is.
No sound.
Okay.
Tara Vanderveer.
Oh, you watch Dream On.
Who they need in Sacramento?
We need Lucy.
Tara Vanderveer. We need
Lucy. Yeah,
that's exactly who we need in Sacramento.
Yeah, Tara would whip some people into shape. I don't think Tara smiles. Like it, I've been around Tara many times. I don't think she smiles, and I had never heard the Lucy nickname before that.
Goodness.
That is extraordinary.
She had a bar last night. I only saw the first two. I'm at this point. I think they're about to get to Atlanta. So I saw the first two episodes, and she had a bar where I was like, that's what the hell I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. She said, I'm at my best with people who want to be the best.
That's a line. Yeah, that's
what the hell I'm talking about. If you don't want to be the best, you can't do nothing for me.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
She said, I'm at my best with people who want to be the best.
Leaving Stanford to coach the Sacramento Kings in the NBA is probably a massive step down for her. So I'm sure.
It was. By the way, this weekend, oh man, you guys go check out this 30 for. This thing is phenomenal. This thing is one of the better 30 for 30s I've ever seen. And I don't know if it's one of those things where if you know the story, it maybe doesn't hit as hard, but there's a gang of stuff in there I didn't know, and that thing is phenomenal.
Yeah, there's some stuff in there that to the best of my knowledge wasn't public before. Like stuff that I had heard, but like the Tara Rebecca stuff, I don't know if that was public before. I don't know if that was public before that show. I had heard that before. Because Rebecca doesn't really like for as big of a. I mean, she's a Hall of Famer for as integral as Rebecca is to women's basketball. She's not really involved with USA. Mm-hmm. And I think it all dates back. I know it all dates back to her experience here, and watching them discuss that was like, all the tea. All the team right here in these 3 episodes.
Yeah.
They did a great job. Again, I think there was a little bit of jumping out the window while it was airing because people were really, this is the team that gave us the WNBA. It was no. The WNBA was announced before the. I was like,
that's how they play it. And I was like, I don't know, like if they would have lost in the gold medal game, I think the WNBA still would have happened.
Well, the WNBA was announced months before the Olympics. Like it would have happened. Right. What I hope people meant is players like Dawn, Rebecca, at least Ruthie, the players. They're what launched the WNBA. Like people were captivated by that team. And that was, man, that's good stuff. It's worth watching.
Hey, when they broke down Ruthie's story and what was going on with her, man, come on, man, cutting some onions in this room, man, while I'm watching this, man.
Y'all don't know, man. We had a special.
The teammates helped her out more. They didn't even know how much they helped her. I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, I need to take a walk real quick, man, because it's getting crazy.
If you got some time this week, even if you don't make some time, you certainly don't have a game to watch. So check out that 30 for 30 Dream On. And oh, by the way, can you acknowledge that you were kidding and that Mike Brown is the guy and he is now officially the Sacramento Kings coach and you're happy about that?
No, I want Tara. I want Lucy.
You want Lucy?
I want Lucy. Nah, Mike Brown.
The dopest nickname ever.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched, you got to go see why Dawn Staley calls Tara Vanderveer Lucy. It's just fantastic. But yeah, all kidding aside, Mike Brown's first official day as the Sacramento Kings head coach. I'm sure he's got some celebrating to do and some parading to do and maybe even some exit interviews to do. But I would think at some point, probably pretty early next week, we'll hear from Mike Brown talking about the Sacramento Kings for the very first time. He's avoided, and understandably so, when he became the Warriors interim coach during the playoffs after his hire, he didn't talk about the Kings. Again, completely understandable. This will be the first time that we hear Mike Brown talk extensively about the Sacramento Kings. And again, I got to imagine that's going to happen very early next week. Of course, if it happens during the show, we will bring it to you live. So with all of the celebration for the Golden State Warriors, you have the disappointment of the Boston Celtics. And nothing was more disappointing than Jayson Tatum's performance this series. He just wasn't there. Like I take that back. The dude averaged like 20-something points this year. He wasn't there in the way that the Boston Celtics needed him to be. He turned the ball over a ton. Credit, by the way, to Andrew Wiggins, the Golden State Warriors. Credit to Mike Brown, Sacramento Kings head coach. Credit to the defense of the Golden State Warriors for forcing not just Jayson Tatum, but Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown into a borderline offensive number of turnovers in the series. But as someone who, and I know a lot of us basketball fans love Jayson Tatum, I thought this was his moment to just next level, like take that next step, and it didn't happen at all. Even when the Celtics won games, it didn't happen.
He didn't have that series that Boston needed him to have to win this NBA Finals.
Hell, he didn't even have a game that Boston needed.
No, he didn't. And when everything was on the line, he was nowhere to be found. A lot of that I give credit to Mike Brown's defense, to Andrew Wiggins, to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
One of the great defensive teams religiously now. This is something that's ingrained in them. They've been this way since their entire run, is they have attention to detail on the defensive end. And they gobbled up Jayson Tatum in the series. Like he had nowhere to go. I was disappointed to see his game 6, though. I mean, he had 11 points, I think, through most of that game.
Yeah.
And that was, come on, man. Come on, you're better than that. You're better than that, Tatum. He finished with 13 on the night. But
5 turnovers.
One is, the turnovers. He had 5. He had 5
turnovers. Yeah.
So he reached 100 for the playoffs.
That's crazy.
He reached 100.
That is crazy. Jalen had 5. Marcus had 3.
I thought last night showed what I had talked to Jesse about. I thought I talked about it on air because somebody, kind of mentioned it. It wasn't my original idea, but it rang loud to me. Is last night, particularly in that fourth quarter, it looked like finally Boston needed a point guard, and they probably needed a point guard at the end of Game 4, and they needed somebody where Marcus Smart, bless his heart, he's done so much for that team and that franchise to even get him to that point, but he was overmatched, and I don't know if he was exhausted. I'm gonna just say he was exhausted because I know he put a lot of effort out there. He was probably completely out of gas, but in the same respect, he was absolutely horrible in that Game 6. He was awful, awful, especially down the stretch of that game, both on offense and defense. And you could attribute it to, he probably got a whole lot on his plate that just wore him down. They need somebody to help out with that.
So are you suggesting that the Celtics are now in on Jaden Ivey? Is that what you're saying?
They're not alone. Michael Jackson, you are not alone.
Yeah, apparently the entire league is in on Jaden Ivey, if you believe the reports that came out yesterday. We'll run that audio for you from Adrian Wojnarowski that happened before the game yesterday. Want to be fair to Tatum, it wasn't just him. Certainly, it was glaring, but it wasn't just him. That bench was non-existent for most of the series. Like there were some moments. I want to say most of. Well, yeah, no, that's accurate. Most of the series, his bench was non-existent. 5 points from Grant Williams and Derek White. They're both capable of more than that. And again, I don't want to be overly critical of the offensive performances of guys like Derek White and Grant Williams when we're praising how good the Golden State Warriors defense is. You almost have to pick a side. We can point out the flaws that they had here on the offensive end, and we can point out that Jayson Tatum, because we believe he has the ability of being in that upper echelon of superstars, you've got to be able to do more in this situation. But a lot of that is because of what the Golden State Warriors did and the adjustments that they continue to make throughout the series.
Yeah, and once again, when I say this, I don't want to take away from Golden State, but I mean that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, Grant Williams and Derek White.
You can't do that in the finals.
Yeah, well, you're giving your team no chance of winning this series when you have back-to-back. What was the other game? I think they had 6 points off the bench.
Yeah,
I mean you're not Tatum.
The bench has had a lot of single-digit outings in this series.
Yeah, they played well in Game 1, in Game 3. Other than that, absolutely non-existent. And while Jayson Tatum deserves his share of criticism for what happened, he clearly didn't have a situation that, Steph Curry was able to have, where Game 5, Steph was subpar, didn't do much of anything, but his others were able to pick it up. Gary Payton II, Jordan Poole off the bench. Andrew Wiggins had a great game. Boston didn't have that in the least with what happened on the bench. So I think they've got to figure that out as well. Derek White, while he had some really good moments in this playoffs, I think they relied too heavily on him for the type of player that he is, and it came back to bite him because he's not consistent in giving you the type of performances that maybe you were looking for in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals or Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Like, he can't do that on a consistent basis, and they needed him to. And if you needed him to do that, man, everything else got to be perfect because he's not gonna. He's just not. That's not his game.
Can we point out too, because a couple of people have asked about this. I see it in the chat. It was on social media as well. People may have missed this episode. Jayson Tatum does not have your championship belt. Steph Curry has your championship belt.
Absolutely.
And I thought long and hard after that performance last night. 34-7. Is it time to add another belt to Steph Curry's shoulder?
Is it strap season?
And I decided no.
Wow. At this point, I gotta ask, what does he have to do to have the strap?
No, he
What does he have to do?
I mean,
come on. Since it is Tyrese Day,
What more do you want from me?
he is that dude. But I wasn't moved enough by anybody in this series to take the belt off of Giannis. So Giannis can just carry the belt over ringless into the next season.
Jesse, no belt exchanging hands. Oh,
okay.
Well, okay, Giannis. But so Jesse says,
I got.
I'm going to take the strap off, and Giannis just going to take it back next year. Well, okay, he's got to take it back. He's got to take it back. Like you don't just hold the strap.
No, he can hold it. He got that Brock Lesnar.
My boy.
He got the belt on his shoulder, and he just went home. he's skinning a bear or whatever. Like he got the Brock Lesnar status. He just got the belt and went home.
Oh, I ain't gonna argue with it because Giannis is my guy. So that's all good.
But at the same time, Steph had an extraordinary performance here in this postseason, and we've said repeatedly that this is the Steph Curry championship. This isn't a knock on Klay Thompson. This isn't a knock on Draymond Green. This is not a Warriors trio. This is not a big three. This is not a trio of superstars that won the Golden State Warriors their fourth title in this stretch. They did that first one in 2015. They did it with the addition of Kevin Durant again a couple of years later. This, in my opinion, this is the Steph Curry championship. If we dumb it down the players, because perhaps more than this is, the Golden State Warriors, despite Brian Windhorst's remarks, the Golden State Warriors they're the epitome to me of like an organizational championship. They have done an incredible job of utilizing the assets they've had. We even talked about like Steph Curry being on the greatest contract in the history of professional sports. Steph Curry's bargain contract for like 3 years or whatever it was is the only reason that the Golden State Warriors were able to sign Kevin Durant. The only reason. And then you start to look at the things, they always took risks. They always took chances. D'Angelo Russell will move on and we'll get Andrew Wiggins. You fit Andrew Wiggins in here. You made that work. Like this organization has always done a tremendous job. They've always done a tremendous job of finding guys that fit around Steph, Klay, and Draymond. And Gary Payton, a guy who hopefully will make some money this offseason and find his footing in the league for the very first time. Jordan Poole, looking at a contract coming up here. This is just really it's tremendous work from the Golden State Warriors organization. But to me, this is the Steph Curry championship.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. Numbers, you had Kevin Durant. This is Steph Curry and no one else. He deserves the stage by himself, in my opinion.
I agree 100%. Can in the latest episode of This Is Why We Don't Like You.
Oh,
can I bring a new participant to the show?
Okay.
Bill Simmons.
You love Bill Simmons.
No, people don't like him.
Oh,
people do. A lot of people do. Yeah, but Warriors fans don't like him. But he tweets out this morning. He said, "Here's what I wrote in 2012 in a 2012 Grantland piece about the concept of an NBA dynasty and how that word gets thrown around too liberally. I personally don't think Golden State's 4 titles in 8 years qualifies yet," which is how I felt about the 99 to 2007 Spurs too. Bill Simmons, this is why we don't like you. What are you talking about? What are we talking? These guys won 4 titles in 8 years. They've been to 6 NBA finals in 8 years. And we got people saying, no, it's not a dynasty. It's not going to get me up in arms because it don't matter that much to me. But what are we talking about?
I mean, it's his opinion. I just couldn't possibly disagree more. I mean, you look at, you could talk about the 4 championships and was it 7 years? And
yeah,
right. So, okay. they were in the finals a couple of more times.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like they had I'm not going to subscribe to the theory. They would have beaten Toronto if everybody was healthy. But I don't, and they weren't. All I know, Toronto won the NBA championship. Like that's all. And then the 3-1. Like they were in positions to win 2 more titles.
Yep.
We just discount that. Ooh, man, he did tough grader. Like this is a dynasty to me. And I can't see this Golden State Warriors team as anything else other than a dynasty.
100%. 100%. Another thing that I want to do before we leave this particular part of the NBA Finals is I do need people to calm down on Jayson Tatum a little bit. Did he have a terrible series? Absolutely. I mean, he was locked up. He was put in a straitjacket by the Golden State Warriors. Don't get it twisted. But let's not forget what the man did in the first 3 rounds of these playoffs and who he took out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he took out Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, the greatest 7th seed of all time, with a sweep, averaging 30 points a night. Wow, don't mind that.
Hey, that's new soundbite right there.
That's what happened. Jesse, put that on the soundboard. He took out Giannis, averaging almost 28 points a night. The reigning MVP, well, not MVP, but Finals MVP and reigning champion, Giannis Antetokounmpo, took him out. Not discounting that 46-point performance on the road with the Celtics season on the line. Like, come on now. And then he goes into Miami and does what he does there, wins a game 7 on the road, averages another, I think, 24, 25 points per game in that series. So for everybody to look at Jayson Tatum now as some type of, he's just not ready. He's not there. He's got so much he has to work on.
Mm-hmm.
Does he need to get in the lab? Absolutely, he needs to get in the lab. I think he needs to get a post game. I think Udoka needs to get in the lab and find different ways of getting him involved in the offense and making things a little easier. But let's not front on what this man did this postseason.
Well, and let's also, at least as it pertains to this show, keep in perspective what we're talking about with Jayson Tatum. We're talking about Jayson Tatum knocking on the door of where Giannis Antetokounmpo is, and Nikola Jokic and Steph Curry, where those guys are. Tatum isn't there yet. I thought this would be. I feel like he had laid the groundwork during this postseason for sure. I thought this would be the series. I thought this would be the Jayson Tatum has arrived series, and it wasn't. And that's all right. It happens. Like, it's okay. He is one of the best young basketball players in the league. And like, I'm just going to continue to believe next year. I'm going to believe he's going to be one of the best players in the league. He's going to have an opportunity to win an MVP. The Celtics team will be back. They've got some retooling to do. Brad Stevens has some things to figure out. You talked about adding that traditional point guard. That's some stuff that they have to do. But Tatum is that guy, man.
He's that guy. And then a lot of people saying he wasn't ready or them lights and all this other stuff. Well, what the hell was Luka Doncic?
Yeah,
what was he?
I got an alternate theory. The Warriors.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't, and I say that saying I'm not looking at Luka like he wasn't ready or ain't about them lights or whatever the case may be. But he just got bounced easily. That was easy work by the Warriors in that situation. And that was the first time he ever got past the first round. Well, are we talking about he wasn't ready for them lights or whatever the case may be? Hey, man, you can lose series and still be that guy.
Really?
that is a realistic possibility. Like, you lose series and still be that guy. It happens.
I know it's just kind of, it's just part of the game. It's just how things work. Didn't Tatum had 13 assists in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
He had 9. He had. I think
he averaged about 8 or 9 for the series.
Jayson Tatum had 12 and 13, 28 and 3, 26 and 9, 23 and 6, 27, 4 and 10, and then that just a disaster yesterday of 13 and 7. By measurements of a ball play, he wasn't bad.
No.
Like, if we change Jayson Tatum's name to De'Aaron Fox, how elated are you about those numbers we just read? Tatum, we're looking at though in being in a just ascending to a different category, and that a lot of those, I mean, that 27 and 4, 23 and 6 didn't amount to wins. That's kind of that's the problem. But a bigger issue is, see if I can track down this number. 2, 4, 2, 6, 4, 5. Those were the turnovers.
Yeah, he's got to take care of the ball, but that also gets to the point of him being asked to do more than he should. He got nobody to facilitate and set him up. He needs somebody to do for his team and for his game what Chris Paul did for Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you can just find Chris Pauls anywhere, but I don't even think you would need a Chris Paul. You just need a little bit more of a table setter. And like I said, Udoka's got to get better in this offseason and understanding somewhat different ways to get these guys involved and help them work out. But Jayson Tatum is fine. He needs to go back and work on some stuff and add some stuff to the bag, just like he would if he would have won the NBA Finals. Like his workout and what he's going to do this offseason really shouldn't be any different.
Let's shift gears. Let's talk about the most popular team in NBA front offices.
I told you they were relevant. Tried to tell y'all.
Your Sacramento Kings. You'll hear what Adrian Wojnarowski had to say, and we'll try to make sense of all of it. And we'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm going to swap this hoodie out real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep. That's all it is. Jaylen Brown's team. That's all it is. That's all it is. David J, I disagree. And I'm not even saying JT's way more accomplished in his career than Luka Doncic. Like let's just call a spade a spade. Let's just say what it is. Way more accomplished in the NBA. He's had way more success than Luka. It's not even close. So if we go on by accomplishments in this league, then people always want to talk about winning because don't nobody want to talk about numbers any other time, but we want to talk about winning and being the best player on a winning team. Tatum is way more accomplished than Luka, and I'm not even saying that to say he's better than Luka or whatever the case may be. I think they're on the same plane. I really do. Robbie, that's fine. Once again, I'm not disparaging Luka and saying that he's a bad player. What I'm telling you is because everybody want to talk about, because remember when it's Tyrese, remember that we were talking about affecting winning, right? Now winning don't matter. Now it's all about your individual accolades. Well, I tell you, man, y'all something else. But affecting winning is always what matters. When you talk about affecting winning, Tatum's done a lot more winning in this league. He's done a lot more winning. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna get a chance to put in again. So
I thought hoodie season was over until last night.
Y'all get a chance to see what these look like if you haven't seen them yet at DLoandKC.com.
Yeah, man.
Dave Garcia did a hell of a job with these. They came out better than I could have imagined.
Cheryl and be more. Yeah, they'll be, if they want to, they'll be able to do whatever they want as far as keeping Wiggins. I think he's got a year left on the deal.
Trash here.
Trash is here. Stop, bro. The Luka had his chance. He lost in 5. Wasn't even close. Gentleman's sweep. Like, I don't even know why we asking that question.
Great stuff, Dave. Killed it, man. Killed it, my brother.
Dave Garcia.
Got the boss on social media rocking the other Bel Air. We got Bel Air to drink and Bel Air to show. Boy, y'all really rep for Luka. And
they go hard for Luka, man. They go hard, man.
Y'all look crazy.
I better not ever hear when we talk about this situation. I better not ever hear about you guys talking about somebody being a winning player. I'm not saying Luka's not, but we talking about Luka versus Tatum. Tatum is far more accomplished when it comes to winning basketball than Luka has been so far in his career. Y'all try to tell me this. Come on, man.
Yeah,
y'all try to tell me about winning basketball and affecting winning and all this other stuff. And now all of a sudden, this guy been to a finals and like 3 conference finals, and you guys going for a guy that just got out the first round.
This dude took LeBron to the brink his rookie year.
So this is absolutely a keep the same energy. Don't ever talk to me about Tyrese Halliburton affecting winning and all this other stuff. Here we go. 5 seconds. Oh, man. They be wearing me out sometimes in the commercial breaks, man.
They do.
Man. It's like, wow. And they force you to take sides. I ain't trying to take no side against Luka. Luka's a beast. Luka's a monster. But y'all just got to stop disrespecting Jayson Tatum, man.
I don't even know how Luka got worked into this conversation. But yeah, it went down a dark path very, very quickly. Like, wait a minute, what is happening right now? What is going on here in the chatty house? But that's the beauty of the chatty house, man. Come hang out and you can spew bad opinions too. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Somebody go to Twitch, hang out with Cole. Cole's busy just tweeting, texting dumb stuff over there all by himself. Go hang out with Cole and Twitch.
Dad City and Twitch too.
It's good kid. That's I'm telling you, that's one of my favorite screen names on the planet.
That's a bar right there.
Good Kid Dad City is a winner. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on Facebook Live as well. Go like the ESPN 1320 Facebook page. Trysta Krick will be with us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Kyle Madson. And then James Ham will be with us at 3. Lots to talk to James Ham about, as it seems, KC, that the Sacramento Kings are, well, they're the object of every front office's desire. Here's Mike Greenberg and Adrian Wojnarowski yesterday before the final.
Woj in on that topic because there seems to be a great deal of buzz around, well, several of the players, but in particular, Jaden Ivey. Woj, what can you tell us?
Greeny, that number 4 pick that the Sacramento Kings hold is very much in play. There are a lot of teams trying to get deals done with Sacramento so they can move up to select Jaden Ivey. That's teams close to them in the lottery: Detroit, Indiana, who are 5 and 6. The New York Knicks at 11, Washington Wizards at number 10, and even some teams outside of the lottery. Listen, Sacramento's asking price is going to be significant to move in there. I think they see this as essentially a 4-player draft. There's a drop-off after 4. Monty McNair, their GM, you can expect him to be on the phones in this next week as we get closer to Thursday's draft. And if they're going to move that pick, I think they expect they're going to get a lot in return. But Jaden Ivey is certainly a point guard that among several teams in the lottery and out who'd like to get their, who'd like to get at him. They've already talked to Sacramento. They'll continue to do that here.
There's Adrian Wojnarowski. Your immediate reaction to that is what?
They ain't picking the 4th pick. That's one of the immediate reactions. They're not making that pick at 4. The other immediate reaction is keep the same energy I have for Jonathan Givony the other day when I said he was out there doing somebody's dirty work with that mock draft and that whole little write up. Feel like Woj is out here doing the Kings' dirty work. Woj out here doing the Kings' dirty work. And I'm not mad at either one of them people. I'm definitely not mad at this situation. The Kings are getting the word out that we're open for business. And some of you people look at this as a 4 pick.
That's not how
read between the lines.
No, I did that, but here's how I took it. We're getting the word out. We're open for business. Yeah. That wasn't the message. The message is it's going to cost you.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Woj takes it to television. The price has gone up. He said, "Oh, well, Monty McNair's going to expect a lot back." That was a line. I'm confident that line was fed to him.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, sure. We're open for business, but it's going to cost you.
Yes, indeed. And it's just how bad you want it. Because if I'll come back a little bit. If push come to shove, we'll make the pick. You know, we're not gonna just not make the pick, you know, for nothing. We'll make the pick if we need to. But if you guys really want it, come get it. And we got a couple of people, we've been fielding calls all week.
Mm-hmm.
So New York, Washington, Indiana, if you guys really want it, come get it. Make your best offer. Bobby Bonilla, make your move.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Simple as that. But here's the other thing, because I saw this a couple of times and I had to tweet about it, where there's some basketball writer or whatever was like, quote unquote, Kings think this is a 4-player draft. That's what Woj said on it. Kings think they're a 4-player. This is a 4-player draft. And he says, well, why are the Kings trying to move out of the 4th pick? LOL. That's because they don't think it's a 4-player draft, man. Come on, man. Come on. That's a line they giving to Woj, man. They don't think this is a 4-player draft. Like, they like Jaden Ivey, but they don't think he's on the same level as those first 3.
Okay.
But I think other people think they do, and they're using that against them. They're using little Kyle Shanahan. Oh, you think all right, if you think that, we're here for business. If you think that, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
If you want them, come get them. But it'll cost you, like my partner said.
You've got to get it out there that this is a 4-person draft, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, you have the opportunity to get this 4th player.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to be a part of this spectacular draft by talking to the Sacramento Kings. There are things in whatever, you know, whatever media games are being played here. Credit to Monty McNair for recognizing that, because when you look at some of these teams that we're talking about, I joked that you mentioned the Celtics and the need for a point guard. I mentioned Boston all of a sudden being in the market for Jaden Ivey. Well, the Wizards, that's a shoot. Like, that's real. We talked to Quentin Mayo about it yesterday.
Well.
We had other radio stations in the market reporting on what was happening on our show yesterday. Look at the New York Knicks. That's real. Like, the New York Knicks. Like, there's
we heard that 2 weeks ago, where I played that clip of the guy saying his big prediction is the Knicks move up to 4.
That's right. There's wild takes out there about the Knicks trading 4 first-round picks to move up in the draft. They're giving up picks, I guess, in 2040 or something like that. I don't even know how that's possible, but you find that stuff. And of course, again, just reading stuff, the Knicks have, seem to have liked De'Aaron Fox. That just speaks to their need for a point guard. If there's a concern about Ivey and Fox, well, here's perhaps a better option for you, in that he's younger, he'll be under club control, it'll be cheaper, all of that stuff. You'll have to give up a lot to get him. But when you look at all of these different teams, you can point to them and go, oh, that makes sense. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah, it works. Nothing is a reach. Nothing is outlandish. Nothing seems ridiculous here. And it's still, again, and we've spoken about this on a number of occasions, that could be a very frantic 5 minutes or so. Because this isn't you can't run the risk, if you're Monty McNair, of trading back. And I don't know how Monty feels about Chet Holmgren, but if Paolo Banchero is there, like, if you have the ability to draft one of those other 3 players, like, this is a deal. You can have framework in place when you go on the clock. And we know, this isn't how we approach our draft day show, which will be 8 hours next Thursday from 12 to 8. But most of us we get we see Woj's tweets or Sham's tweets. We know that the picks get announced. If I know who's being drafted at 3 before the draft starts, Monty McNair knows who's being drafted at 3 before the draft starts. That means he'll know 1, 2, and 3. These deals can be worked out, maybe not necessarily on the clock, like very, very literally on the clock, but 30, 40 minutes before draft time, because Woj, Shams, even if they're not tweeting about it, they're going to be working the phones, figuring out, and all you got to do is start with Orlando. Like, who are you drafting, and start working from there. And then Woj calls Monty, okay, here's what I heard. Now you've got an hour and some change, or 45 minutes and some change, to work out a deal, should there be a deal to be worked out with one of these teams.
I hear what Woj is saying, and when I hear that, like you mentioned, like I mentioned as well, it's just Monty McNair, in my opinion, letting the other teams know, yeah, I know I've talked to you. These other people talking to me too.
Yeah.
So once again,
you ain't the only one, boo. You ain't the only one.
So if you really want this 4 pick, come on, man. You got I got options.
Monty McNair is Bill Bellamy and how to be a player right now. He's juggling. He's got an asset everybody wants. And like I said, I don't think they make the pick. If they made the pick, if they chose Jayson, would I be floored? No, because I could see that too. Maybe nobody was coming strong enough with any trade proposals that it's like, that's not worth it. I'll just take Jaden Ivey. We'll figure it out. That's clearly, and I don't even mean to say this, flippantly, but this is clearly not the worst thing in the world to draft Jaden Ivey. Like that's a positive, but you guys didn't really come with enough. You didn't make it worth my while. I'll make the draft pick, and we'll figure that out over the course of this summer and this fall. So, but I do think he's definitely open to hearing something, and I like that. The more I thought about it, and I'm in the minority because it was like 52-48 or something like that when we did the poll yesterday. I'm okay with them trading that pick, man, and getting established starters, somebody that is ready to start from the beginning of the season and is an upgrade at the power forward position or the small forward position, wherever you want them to play. I'm with that. And you can get to stay in the lottery as well. You still gonna make a pick? Yeah, I'm with that for sure. It's just, what's the deal out there to be made? What's the deal that allows you to have multiple? And maybe another question is, because a lot of what Woj said there in that 60-second or so report was players who have, teams that have other lottery picks to offer. You mentioned Detroit, Indiana. They have lottery picks. Indiana would just be wild if the two biggest trades in recent Sacramento history are both done with Indiana. But the Detroit and Indiana, they got lottery picks to offer. New York's got a lottery pick to offer. Who were we talking about yesterday? Washington. They've got lottery picks to offer. Of course, he said, kind of broadly, there are teams outside of the lottery that are interested too. Okay. Who's that? Because then you start scouring their roster like, okay. Now I'm like, who is it, Woj? Those are things we don't know. Again, we could talk about Kuzmas and Collins and Randalls and whatever other win now player that we've heard about over the course of the last year or whatever it may be. There might be a deal out there we don't know about.
Yeah,
player we don't know about.
And when I heard that, I thought about John Collins. You know what I mean?
Well, we know about that one, but sure.
I'm saying when I heard outside the lottery, because they're not in the lottery with 16. Right. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. But I was also thinking about other things like the Jazz. I don't think that's happening, but they're out of the lottery. Is there conversations had there with maybe Donovan Mitchell, maybe Rudy Gobert or something like that? I don't know. But yeah, when that was mentioned too, that didn't get lost on me either. You know, when you talk about outside of the lottery, all right, well, who's looking to make a move that's a playoff team? What you got? What's going on here?
If I gave you the option, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. If I gave you the opportunity of making a trade that landed you two players that you know, and a draft pick, and we'll say it's outside the lottery draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Outside the lottery draft pick, and you got guys who you're comfortable saying these two guys can start. Or you move up and draft Paolo Banchero.
That's tough.
Or I could even rephrase that. You do everything I said you about moving back and acquiring guys who could start. Or you move up and draft whoever you want. I feel I said Paolo because I feel like Paolo is your favorite, but yeah, I'll frame it as everybody else because it might be Chet for some people, could be Jabari for some people. You have the ability to move back and get two players plus a pick later in the draft, or you're the one coming out the pocket a little bit and you're moving up. What would you rather do? Smells like a poll question.
It does smell like a man. Oh man, this does sound a little crazy, even if you're talking about somebody like Paolo or whatever the case may be. But I feel like you gotta move back. You're getting two players.
Oh, okay.
You're getting two players and a draft pick.
I didn't think that's what you were gonna say. I got you. I didn't think that's what you were gonna say.
Damn, that's
wow. Hold on. Let me cue it up. Oh, Michael Cole here. Are we still allowed to play WWE sound or
just not that everybody was playing. Yeah, we can't pull that one. It was me all along. We can't play that.
Matter of fact, just while we're here, so I don't forget, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna delete that while we're all here together. Yeah, that sound is gone. Okay.
Much like I got the Ric Flair off my board. We got
it's not the only sound of that individual on this, but I'll just go ahead and delete this one. All right, we're just clearing some CEOs off the soundboard. Okay, on to where's Seth? There he is.
Oh my God!
All right. Turning on Paolo Banchero.
Not turning on Paolo. But I mean, come on, man. That's a hell of a draft day.
Yeah.
If you're able to yeah, man. If you're able to get a starter, get one starter, get one rotational guy, and a pick in the top 10, that's a hell of a draft day. As opposed to giving up your 2023, because that's what it's going to take to get up there. You got to give up your 2023. Hopefully, it's top 5 protected, but maybe not. And James has talked about a number of different times the complications of a protected pick. It just keeps rolling over and over. And you get a stud like Paolo or Jabari or anything like that. That's the prize. But man, I kind of feel like you'd have to move back. What you thinking?
You got to move back.
I think so too.
You've got to acquire talent. Like, I mean, it's just so. I mean, we talked yesterday how so many people live in hope, right? Mm-hmm. Since May 17th, we have exhausted ourselves, and I don't just mean D-Lo and KC. I mean all of us. Like, we're all hoop fans, right? We're all Kings fans. We're watching film, we're watching highlights, we're watching games, we're falling in love with players. Like, we think Jabari is the best, or we think Chet is the best, we think Paolo is the best. Of the players that are more likely for the Sacramento Kings, it's Ivy, it's Keegan, it's Benedict Mathurin, it's Dyson Daniels. But what it all boils down to is this. If you can, we've talked about the flaws at the 4 spot, the flaws at the 2 spot. we've talked about Harrison's at best sketchy future and probably complete non-existent long-term future.
Right.
Now you got a problem at the 3. So if you can get some guys back who can come back and immediately help you, that's the fear though, like living in that hope is, yo, Jaden Ivey is going to be the next insert outrageous comp.
Yeah.
Oh man, if you got the chance to get Paolo, that's the next Carmelo Anthony. Like that. We live in our hope and we live in our projections, and that's tough. Whereas I don't want to use names because they're also divisive. But player 1, player 2, no, those are good ball players. That's a 17-7 guy. That's a good young player. These are guys who could come in and help. Like right now, the second, there's no development there. You've just got to get them ingrained in what De'Aaron, Domantas Sabonis, and Mike Brown are going to do this season.
Yeah. And this whole thing, when you ask the question, had me feeling like Jerry Jones when Johnny Manziel was on the clock. Because
when he,
I want to give me Paolo. That's what I want to say. Just give me Paolo.
What's his name? Steven?
Yeah, Steven Jones.
Hit him in the leg. You just played it safe. You don't win by not taking risks when you drafted Zach Martin, who wound up being an all-pro.
That's what I'm about to say, man. The trade back scenario, that's an offensive lineman. Just take the offensive lineman. Damn it. I don't even want to be here for the announcement. Just trade back. Take the offensive. That's how I know.
The flip side of that is you draft Johnny Manziel. Right. The flip, like again, Jerry Jones living in his projection, buying into the hype of what he thought Johnny Manziel was.
Yeah.
And that's what we all do. It's not Johnny Manziel, it's Paolo Banchero. And I'm not save the messages. I'm not comparing Paolo to Johnny Manziel. I'm saying that's what Jerry Jones did. He lived in the hype that he created for Johnny Manziel and thought he had the opportunity to get him. When you wind up drafting a boring player, or you go with, as Kenny just used, a boring scenario that winds up netting you an offensive lineman that could very well go to the Hall of Fame.
And once again, these are the comments that I just like. You're not wrong, but you gotta come back. You're making play. Jim Moore, Hoop Science 916 says John Salmons, Jason Thompson, Spencer Hawes had good numbers in common. We need a game changer. First of all, Kyle Kuzma is better than all those guys. Julius Randle's better than all those guys. So you're not getting that guy.
So I saw some of Hoop Science 916 earlier messages, and I think he's the basketball savant here because he doesn't believe we recognize the potential in Jaden Ivey. So what his idea of a game changer is Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey very well may be a game changer, but I can assure you, me, and Hoop Science 916 don't know.
You have no idea.
You think you know, but you don't know, and you never will.
Well, you will at some point after.
And then that's when you drop big. If you don't know, now you know.
But that's the whole that's what I don't understand about the people like Hoop Science 916. How can you speak in such absolutes about any of these guys, right? Like about any of them, but especially Jaden Ivey. Like Jaden Ivey is nice. I don't understand how you can speak in absolutes about a guy that hands down doesn't seem to be able to crack the top 3.
That's kind of what I was going to point out. Let's also, again, now all of a sudden it feels like we're bashing Jaden Ivey, which we're very much not. But he's also a late entrant to the party. Like Jaden, Jabari, Chet, and Paolo, they've been there. They've been in the VIP with the champagne with the Luke Belair for months. Jaden was in line outside. He was trying to get in. And all of a sudden, he all of a sudden just got let through the velvet rope. All of a sudden,
Damien, Dave, outside, bro. Can you get me in?
Chet Jabari and Paolo like, hey, what you doing here, fam? Oh, word? Oh, okay, come on in. Come on in. I only got in because KC let me in. That's just how it works. Hey, everybody got to know somebody.
And here's the thing: when you talk about game changer, and I agree, they need a game changer. A game changer would absolutely help. But here's what I would say, and I've continued to say, and this is not a knock on Jaden Ivey. If anything, it's a more of a positive on somebody that's already here. I don't believe Jaden Ivey will ever be better than De'Aaron Fox. So when you talk about game changer, I'm in agreement. I'm talking about somebody's better than the two guys that you already got here, Jaden and Sabonis, or excuse me, Fox and Sabonis. And I don't think Jaden Ivey checks that box.
But I'm gonna be I'll be D-Lo Hoop Science 916 here first too, though. Just as we can't speak in absolutes about what Jaden Ivey can do. Neither can you.
Absolutely. That's why I say I think
Ivey could absolutely be better than De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
He could be better than. I know it's tough to believe. He could be better than Tyrese. I know, crazy, right? Like he could be, but that's the risk versus reward here. If you're a general manager, if you're Monty McNair in this case, that's what's so difficult about this. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk Sacramento Kings. Because of our setup, I'm really sorry. Because of our setup, we can't take calls today. But we'll continue to talk Kings. We'll continue to check out your comments here. Y'all keep the conversation going here in Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Trysta, top of the hour. Kyle Madson, James Ham. That's all coming up here on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest chin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil on ESPN 1320. I keep waiting for Jesse.
Oh, we're clear, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I assume I just forget. Like I can't hear Jesse.
Absolutely. We don't drink.
Yeah, I was like, are you kidding? Absolutely. I don't drink. So I'll a little secret. Them motherfuckers is empty. Those clear bottles are empty. There ain't nothing in any of those McQueen bottles. But yeah, I just don't drink these bottles behind me. I drink the ones downstairs.
Yeah, we have a gang of bottles.
We do. Very thankful. Yeah, we are very, very thankful for Black Bottles 916 and Sovereign Brands, and yeah, we're very thankful for them because we have more of this stuff than we could possibly. And I mean, the beauty of it is we get to share it with a lot of people. Like I took some to my sisters this weekend and left some for her and gave some to her friends, and that's what we do, man. You gotta. If you haven't tried Luke Belaire, or McQueen, or Bumbu, or any of that stuff yet, man, you got to. Nate, you sound ridiculous. Nate, why do you? Is that your first comment ever? You come in here and you say something stupid. Come on, Nate.
Jesse said, "Tell Nate to go to hell."
Straight to hell. Oh man, we can't do that. Can't give away alcohol. We've tried. It's a broadcasting thing. You can't give away alcohol.
We don't want no problems, man.
Yeah. We gotta do our anniversary party, but we gotta do it like right this time.
Right.
We gotta reach out to Ben and see what we could do. Even if we just hang out at a bar somewhere or something.
Could be up on the we could be at the Sawyer by the pool.
I know. Do they have
Mm-hmm.
brand? Okay. Oh yeah, that worked. Go push Co in the pool. Co, I never did that.
Did you see Black Wrestling has their top 50 black wrestlers?
Yeah.
I wonder Bianca's got to be number one.
Got to. So I was about to say I saw Ricky Starks retweet. He's got an action figure. And I was like, oh. I feel like I have to buy the Ricky Starks action figure.
And while we talk about having people on, bro, Ricky Starks got to be on D-Lo and Casey at some point. He just got to be.
I agree.
All right, come on, the Rick. The Rick has to be on here. Starkey, baby.
I agree. I agree. I don't think they would be terribly difficult to book.
I don't think so either. They haven't come out to the West Coast yet, though, huh?
No.
No.
Did they just do LA?
What'd you say, Jesse? Jesse wants to know why they don't really come out here.
I'm not sure. Probably I feel like they just did LA. I think they did LA. They do Las Vegas.
They went to Vegas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think some of their big shows have been in Vegas.
Yeah, and I can understand early you want to be cautious. I think they've done enough now where they can branch out to the West Coast.
I think so too.
That'd be pretty dope if they came to SAC. I'd definitely be.
Yeah,
Try to get Jade on the show.
Oh Lord.
5 seconds. Many Men. This wasn't a radio hit, was it? Not out here, at least.
It was more of like a mix show record out here.
Like you're in the mix and
it
spins in there. Yeah.
It was more of a radio hit or a mix hit. But
in New York, they played the whole damn album.
Yeah, I was gonna say Get Rich or Die Trying had so many freaking singles and like spins. Like, that's a monster. Like that record was just an absolute monster.
They had less songs that didn't get played on the radio from that album than did, I would think.
Yeah.
Like, especially if we talk about like New York, like, oh man, they probably played.
It was
damn near all the songs on the radio.
It was brief, but 50 ran the world for a minute. It didn't last super long, but that dude ran. He dominated the game for a minute.
He was huge. Guys like Jesse, I don't know if they understand. Jesse, you understand like what 50 was? He said he was the first rapper where he got like, oh, this guy's huge.
Yeah, he was
major.
He was a rapper who was a pop star, but not like a Justin Timberlake pop star, like a bulletproof vest wearing rap star. Like he was just, he ran the music scene, man, for a brief period. As we'll cover in our yet to be named hip hop podcast that we'll be launching very, very soon. As soon as we get the name for it, we can get the cover art created for it. Shout out to my man Damien, who I met earlier this week. Super talented artist, man. He's a big listener of the show. I think he streams the show, man. So if you're listening, appreciate you so much. Like I told you when we met, world needs to see your artwork. So as soon as we can come up with a name for this podcast, I'm gonna have him design like the artwork for it, because like Dave Garcia is an artist, right? The stuff that we're wearing here for those on the stream with the D-Lo and Casey logos, but this dude, like he's like an artist like Chiron is. Like, oh, I mean, dude is bad.
Yeah,
and we just need a name for this podcast. That's
all. Figure that out. We're going for no NBA going on for some months, so we got time.
Oh no NBA going on for a couple weeks.
Yeah,
I mean we got summer league.
Summer league gonna start the first. It's 2 weeks.
Well, think about it. Like we're about to. I mean, I can't imagine anything but draft coverage all of next week, leading into the 8-hour show on Thursday, and then the follow-up 4 hours, which is going to be just as loaded as the 8-hour show will be. And then it'll probably be the week after that we kind of settle and chill, and then it's free agency.
Well, I don't even think it's the week after. Then we're going right into it because they're gonna get drafted on Thursday.
Yep.
And they're gonna play the following Saturday.
Oh my!
They're gonna play on like the California Classic is the 2nd and 3rd. And then they're gonna go to Vegas.
That's right. Yep, that's right. So free agency is the following Friday.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
That'd be right. And then the California Classic and then Vegas.
Doing another 8-hour show July 1st.
Yeah, we may have to. I mean, we may break into your YouTube feed at 10:45.
Break into your regularly scheduled Mike Greenberg and
and then we got the Mike Brown press conference next week.
Yeah, I would think that would be next week, and then
my guess is Tuesday. I'm not reporting anything. That's just my guess.
Yeah, for sure. And summer league, and then I think, and then we chill.
Then we chill.
And then all of a sudden, training camp starts.
Training camp starts when? September?
No, I'm in training camp for football.
Oh yeah, football.
I mean, the Hall of Fame game is usually
training camp is usually 3rd week of July.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame game 1st week in August.
Yeah.
And we're off and running.
And then boy, them Trey Lance clips training camp about to go crazy.
We'll be focused on Trey Lance and football for like 3 weeks, and then King's training camp will start.
Hey, look, are we going to go see Trey live?
I'll go see Trey live.
You know, Danny in San Francisco was trying to make that happen last year.
Yeah, we'll go see Trey live. Absolutely.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. Might have to be I don't know what day of the week I want that to happen. Maybe a Monday. I don't know. Because trying to get back here on a Friday.
Yeah. No, that's no bueno. That's no good. That's no good. But there's going to be plenty to talk about with the Sacramento Kings as we get closer and closer to the draft, even coming out of the draft, headed into free agency. Like there's going to be so much to cover just simply because we believe there's going to be so much to cover because Monty McNair has got so much to do. He has got to get this team better, and it'll be interesting to see his approach to free agency if, in fact, he does select. Now, you don't think that Monty McNair is selecting at number 4.
That's the vibe I'm getting right now. I don't think he's if he gets a good enough deal, he will make the move.
Let's tie these two. Let's you kind of brought this up the other day, and we didn't really expand on it. Let's tie these two things in together before we dive back into the draft. The two teams that we're really talking about today. Mm-hmm. With the Warriors winning yesterday, it was, of course, it's all over social media. It's a regional team, like it's local-ish. Mm-hmm. There are some people who, by the way, did I see someone who lives in your house decked out in Golden State Warrior gear this morning before he went to school, holding, true story, a Golden State Warriors championship ring?
You absolutely did.
I know I did.
The poor kid, he had to get
a little thug tear right down the side of my eye.
The poor kid, he had to get a lesson in fandom and what goes on, because try not to steal his joy. His team won the NBA championship. Kid hadn't watched them all year, but that's his team. He was locked in the second half yesterday. It's like, where were you been at for the last 100 games? What's going on? He's actually the perfect Warriors fan, but he's like, hey, okay, all right. So that's the whole other aspect of this equation here.
Yeah,
on the chat.
And chiming in on the chat, yes, my grandson, Cheryl in Elk Grove. For those who are new to the program, it's Kenny's mother. Mm. She also reps the Golden State Warriors pretty strong. Yeah. How long did Cheryl in Elk Grove live in San Francisco?
0 months, 0 days, 0 weeks.
Walnut Creek?
No.
San Jose?
No.
Redwood City?
No.
San Carlos?
Mm-mm.
Palo Alto?
Nope. Not even Antioch. Not even Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Not even Vacaville. But yeah, It's just riding for the Warriors all the time. I'm a one-man wolf pack out here when it comes to these Kings, man. And that's why I say, I'm telling them right now. When the Kings get good, don't be trying to come to the Golden One Center. I'm not letting those two win.
Oh, you're not going to let Cheryl and Elk Grove and your son into the games because they're representatives? What if they're playing the Warriors?
Definitely not getting in there. No. Hell no.
What if Cheryl in Elk Grove really wants to take a picture of someone to text it to me and said, look at this idiot?
I hope she likes Mike.
I don't know who that would be, but
I really do hope she likes Mike Brown. I hope
me too.
Happen that way.
I really hope she likes Mike Brown too, for Mike Brown's sake.
Last night, my son, he's all excited. We go to get some food. We went to Fat Burger last night, matter of fact. And he was like, oh, Dad, like, you can bring out the ring, the championship ring. And I'm like, yeah, all right, maybe. And then he's like, oh, man, this is just awesome. And his mom had to finally tell him, like, Reese, you know, this is not a joyous moment for your dad. He doesn't like the Warriors. This is not an exciting moment. I was like, I'm trying to tell you, son, like, I don't like the Warriors. It's not my bag. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. So I understand that you're happy, but I'm not on that same wave. But when it's all said and done, I said, you're happy. So I simply said,
congratulations. Oh my God.
Oh man. It felt like, so the question I was getting to before I deviated on all of the members of the Caraway family who were rocking Warriors gear last night is like, I feel like I saw a lot of Warriors posts. And have Kings fans left?
No.
You sure?
Ooh, yeah, they haven't left.
I feel like you took exception to this. It was a brief conversation on the Kings beat with our crew over there, and I know you kind of took exception to it, but I don't think it's terribly far off.
No. And I mentioned it a little bit to James. I'll mention to everybody here. No, the Kings fans are still here. Number one, first and foremost, and I know maybe this isn't the best gauge or anything else like that, but we see our numbers. We see what's going on. Let us try and do 4 hours on the Warriors and see what these numbers look like.
Oh, for sure.
So
0.0. Yeah, it wouldn't be pretty. No, I know what you mean. It's like when but let's also be fair though. That is we've got a tremendous audience on YouTube and the radio and Odyssey and all of that stuff. But like that's a microcosm. It's a small piece.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Bigger picture. Did have the King? Okay, how about I rephrase this? Have the Kings lost fans to other teams? No. So I'll say this: they have lost fans to not only the Warriors, but the other teams around the NBA. Absolutely. There are people that have walked away, that have gotten more interested in players and different teams due to them being terrible for the last 16 years. Absolutely. But this is what I say, and I said this to James the other day. And this is one thing where if Vivek is saying this, if Monty, if anybody else, if Matina is saying this, they're right about this. All it takes is a winning product. And they'll all come back. All it takes is a winning product. The Kings are a winning team next year, and they're making a playoff run or whatever the case may be. That first game, they're in the playoffs. That first game here in Golden One Center, they're going to be 22,000 people down in Doco. The 17, 18 that's going to be in the Golden One Center, and there's going to be probably another 2,000-3,000 in and around bars, restaurants, if they're showing it outside, all that other stuff. There'll be 20,000 people around here. And there'll be 20,000 people talking about, I've waited so long for this moment. I've waited 16 long years for this moment.
I just glad I stuck with them. Well, if you go back to their Facebook memories, they're talking about go Dubs. Come on, man. If anything, this sounds crazy. If anything, the drought will probably make it more raucous of an environment because
definitely, for sure.
But it's going to be like not people who really been here 16 years. They just want to say, I've suffered for 16 years. You ain't really suffered 16 years. You was riding with the Cavs. You was riding with the Warriors. You didn't really suffer, but now the Kings are back. And now I've suffered. I've been here. I've waited so long for this. Nah. They ain't losing that. It is all about winning. It really is. I do believe that.
I think there's a plus to that also. Winning, what's the saying? Winning cures all. Winning covers up all the stink. Yes, that in fact is accurate. I think also another thing that this team needs, and I think it's one of the losing, obviously, the incompetence of this organization is a large reason to why ticket sales are down. Warriors fans are up, Laker fans are up, or just random Celtics fans are up. Like there's a reason people have found other teams or maybe just players to love. This team hasn't been very likable for a while.
That's another aspect of it. For real.
I feel like I know people really like Tyrese. I know they like De'Aaron, but I'm talking about the team like as a whole. And everyone turned on De'Aaron long before De'Aaron was, sulking at media availability. Like a lot of people had already turned on him by then. But you also had, like the Buddy stuff, the Bagley stuff, whatever you think about Luke Walton as a head coach, he immediately came in with like turmoil, like instantly, like to the point where can the Kings get out of this? Is it too late? Is the ink dry? Can we white it out? Like, can we that's kind of lost in the fact that a lot of people think he was an awful coach. Is he came in with that, which almost immediately makes him unlikable. And so it's just been like one. Willie didn't give enough effort. Like DeMarcus was as polarizing as any player that I think has ever existed. So, I mean, we need a team this city needs a team that they can like wrap their arms around and love. They need the Liddy committee back. You know what I mean? They need the scores.
Yeah,
they need there's the scores lasted for what, 3 months?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this, I think winning 100% the most important part, but man, there's got to be some likability here too.
And the thing about it, outside of Amon, it's the same group of people that you just listed that nobody was really enamored with right now. They just won, and they were in different parts of their career. Like De'Aaron was young; he had that hope factor. He was exciting. Whatever. Marvin was the same way. Buddy was in his honeymoon stage, or whatever the case may be. But like I told James, and I understand what they're saying. Like they are not a strong enough of a brand or an institution to be bad and hold on to fans. Like they're not that. They're not like Knicks fans are like that, right? Like Knicks fans are, they'll just stop rooting for the Knicks, but they won't go root for the Celtics, right? It's not going to be that. They'll just be mad at the Knicks and just be mad at them and leave it at that. What they're saying is because the Kings are bad, people are leaving the Kings and going to the Warriors. I don't necessarily think that's the case. But what I will say about Kings fans and generations and kids and all this other stuff, like I told James, you couldn't find a bigger Chicago Bulls fan than me when I was a kid. The Bulls that was my squad. Mike, obviously. Mike left. I still stayed with the Bulls. Pete Myers, I'll never forget. He had a half-court shot on like opening night. I was like, oh, they'll be just fine at shooting guard. Pete Myers, they'll be just fine. All right. And then the Kings got good. 1995 happened. And I was like, wow, well, damn. They're right here. I like Marciulionis. I like Mitch Richmond. I like Spud Webb, all this other stuff. And then 96 happened. They actually made the playoffs. Oh, OP, Brian Grant, that's my guy. You know, all these other guys, because they were winning. I think a lot of these
kids is where the front running in your family comes from. You've set the tone.
Yeah, well, I mean,
no, but
I'm trying to was never really a Kings fan. She was with the Bulls, and then she went. I don't know where she went. She was just a nomad till Michael came back.
So this was like, and that's the centerpiece of this, right? Like Michael Jordan. There aren't so Michael Jordan. You love Michael Jordan. You grow up watching Michael Jordan. You're a Bulls fan. Players like, and interestingly enough, Steph is an exception. Players move now. Like if you're a LeBron guy, you went from Cleveland to Miami, back to Cleveland, back to over to Los Angeles. Like you're not you may not be a Cavs fan or you're a LeBron James fan. If like I wonder what the vibe is for someone who grew up loving LeBron James the way we grew up loving Michael Jordan. Like, did you adopt the Cavs? Did you adopt the Heat? Or did you just follow LeBron wherever he went? Like if again, that's Dwayne Wade moved around a little bit. Stars kind of move with a major exception being, or an exception, at least not a major exception, an exception being Steph Curry.
Yeah. And you're gonna have that. You're gonna have legions of Warriors fans for a number of different reasons. Like they are, I was thinking about this last night. They are the 80s 49ers. And if you talk to people in the Bay Area about what that 49ers team did for the franchise, like what they did for that entire region, the reason why the 49ers are upper echelon historic franchise that they are right now is because of what happened in the 80s, and that's lasted for another 30, almost 40 years. The Warriors are that. This Warriors team is going to have generations of fans throughout the country, not just in Sacramento, because of what they've done over the last 8 years. That can't be disputed. But in a place like Sacramento, especially with it just being the Sacramento Kings, there's, for lack of a better term, this is all we have going on. There's nothing more live than when the Kings are playing. Like you feel like when the Kings are back, when the season has started and got games at the Golden One, you feel that around the city. You know what I mean? You can kind of lose that in a place like the Bay Area where you got, Warriors season started, it's still 49er season. We still got that going on, or vice versa. Giant season started, it's still Warrior season. So you don't really feel like, being back at the yard. There's a certain level of energy that happens here in Sacramento because the Kings are all they got. And if they're good, yeah, they'll run the town. Remember the night we came back when Sabonis, I don't think it was Sabonis' first game. It might have been, but we were there and people were just happy because it was like, it's not a stink. Like they weren't even like, we're good now, or things. It's like, it's not a stinker. Like we're happy. This is a joyous occasion. It's a good crowd. All this other stuff.
Well, yes, that's absolutely true, and I don't want to take away from that, but I do want to Doc Rivers this thing and tell the whole story.
You got to tell the whole story.
I think one of the things that really stands out about that night is that was the first non-basketball night, and that, admittedly, I mean, again, it was the first time in it felt like 2 years you were seeing people's faces. And I felt like a lot of that, at least it was for us. Was that HBCU night?
I think it was. That was lit. I need another. I'm gonna be at every HBCU night.
Yep. I'll be there with you, partner. Being ignored.
Stop it.
But I think that was part. Like I think everybody was just happy when we were excited. I mean, first and foremost, of course, Domantas Sabonis, the way the team was playing, all of that. But there was definitely a different feeling. The problem is that it died off quick.
Well, they were gone for a long time too. Remember that? Like they were
back with them.
No, because was somebody hurt by the time they came back?
I don't know. I feel like they had a disastrous road trip.
They did have a bad road trip too. But yeah. But the good, like they were gone for like 2.5 weeks. No, they were gone, and then there was the All-Star break, and then they were gone again, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's, and it just, and by the time they came back, it was just far.
All our excitement.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just really believe Sacramento, when the Kings are good, like I said, they're not good enough, and they're not a upper echelon franchise to be bad and still have these people have excitement for me. And there's still a level of excitement. I mean, like I said, the day Tyrese was traded, or, what we're about to get on draft night, like people are going to be tapped in for what's going on with the Sacramento Kings, first and foremost, all the time. But I just really feel if they win, it's going to really be jumping off. And I want to say this real quick before we go to break. Mom, we cannot take calls. She continues to harass me on my phone, but I need to call in. I got stuff I need to say to Damien, and both of you got. I'm like, Mom, we can't take calls today.
Cheryl and Elk Grove, damn shame. It just, I don't know what happened. My Comrex unit went out today, and we can't take calls. Like I don't call and yell at Jesse. I don't know, call and yell at the Wi-Fi person. It's not me. I'm just happy we got a show on the air.
Yeah, I think she's gonna let us have it on Monday. We ain't even supposed to be here on Monday, but she's gonna.
Them dudes down south really got the day off, and we got to come to work. That's good. If that ain't privilege, boy, I don't know what is. Man.
Once again, man, Cheryl, Reese, if I didn't tell you guys before,
Congratulations! Oh my God.
It's the oh my God at the end that makes it funny. Trysta Krick, I feel like that's what Trysta Krick sounds like right now. She'll join us here at the top of the hour. Kyle Madson coming up, and James Ham will be with us. Lots to talk to him about, as well as dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues on ESPN 1320.
oh man, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
I've been seeing Cheryl and Elk Grove in this chat in months.
She been waiting. Look, and I just seen a text message that's like, we can't take calls today. Why? I'm gonna call her on speakerphone right now and tell her don't cry. I'm gonna give her 30 seconds.
What do you want?
Cheryl, you're on the stream right now. No need to curse or nothing like that. I'm just letting you get you. The people are listening. Damien can hear you.
Where's Damien? I don't see him talking.
Well,
I'm here. I got you.
Oh, you can't hear him. That's right. Well, this probably doesn't work the same way.
Yeah, whatever. Damien owes me an apology. I want to correct congratulations. He dogged out Steph the whole time.
What?
He was dogging out the Warriors. Who are the champions? Who are the champions?
When did you become a Warriors fan again?
What?
When did you become a Warriors fan again?
I've been a Warriors fan for a while, and yes, I did live in the Bay Area. Did you forget when I worked at Caltrans in the beginning?
You still lived in Sacramento? What you talking about?
I was in both places, remember?
Come on, man. Come on.
Anyway, you can't remember. You don't even know when I started liking the Warriors.
2015.
No, before then.
Stop it.
I've been with Steph all the way.
All right. Well, that's all we got for you. You can't even hear Damien because the microphone. So I guess maybe Monday. I don't know.
For Damien, I'll be back on Monday. I'm not even worried about it. You guys need a better congratulations than that. I think you can bring something up better than that little sad little thing you were playing. We have broke all kinds of records. He got MVP. You guys haven't said anything positive about the Warriors.
You're the perfect Warriors fan. You're the perfect Warriors
Here we are representing California. You guys should get kicked out of California.
Oh my gosh. Is that it? Is that all you need?
That's
you good?
It for me. I'll see you guys on Monday.
Bye, Cheryl.
Bye.
I think that was too funny. That was way too funny.
She said we hadn't talked about him enough. Stop it. She's the perfect Warrior.
Said I was dogging him.
She just come up with her own. Her and Danny San Francisco, they just come up with their own source of reality.
Why do I gotta have your mom's phone number. I got to. Cheryl. Yeah, here she is.
Cheryl and Elk Grove.
That I could, if I connect this here. Let's see. How much time do we have, Jesse?
A minute.
Okay. All right.
Not the exclamation point.
Oh, is this D-Lo?
Okay, hang on a second, because I figured out how I can get you on the air. So hang on just a second.
Control. She's out of control.
Hang on 1 second. We're gonna be back on the air in like 20 seconds. Hang on.
Just hold tight. This is crazy.
This is
I
wild.
never gave y'all no money. 5 seconds. Here we go.
Okay.
Well,
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, and we figured out a way to make this work. Live with Cheryl and Elk Grove.
we already talked to her.
Oh, she's got more to say. You were saying some pretty crazy things during the commercial break right there.
D-Lo, let me say this. You and Kenny are off the Christmas list.
What?
Let's get
What
that.
did I do?
Number two.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
No.
Oh,
D-Lo, you talked so much mess. You were so Boston. You said that Steph didn't have a chance in a million. The Warriors were going nowhere. They finally met their match. Can you please tell me, how does somebody come back like they did? Steph single-handedly carried the Warriors. Just carried them in the last game to bring them back to San Francisco. Then we come back to Boston and beat your asses.
Shit, don't say your. I'm not a Boston Celtic. First
oh
of all,
my God, D-Lo, you talk so bad about the Warriors. I can't even believe you live in California. I just cannot believe it.
Cheryl tried to kick us out of California during the commercial break.
Yeah.
Job for you two in Boston. This is too much. This is too much. Give my boy some props. He's the MVP.
First of all,
He's the greatest of all time shooter. Give him that.
Can you be honest with us? What show do you listen to? Because it's not this one. Are you listening?
Yeah, D-Lo, you were talking mess. You were talking mess with Boston even before this series. You were talking about how the Warriors did not have a chance. You didn't see it. You just did not see it.
I said I thought the Celtics were a better basketball team. And the only way the Warriors could win is if Steph Curry did Steph Curry things. The only chance they had to win.
That's what he said.
It's untrue. I mean, Steph is number one. He is number one. But it takes a team effort.
You just said he carried him on the back. He did it by himself.
What?
You just said
You just said he did it by himself.
He did. Well, he had to bring them back. He had to bring them back when they were all falling down and getting fouls that they didn't deserve. Let's not even talk about officiating in Boston. I'm just saying, D-Lo, all I'm saying is that the Warriors, you have to admit, the Warriors are the number one team. They are a team. They play like a team. And they're a dynasty. They're just beginning a dynasty. That's all there is to it.
Well, you can't go to Golden One.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. I
Cheryl.
don't want to have to bring up COVID or any of that stuff. I don't want to bring that up. I just want to stick with the facts, D-Lo. That's all. Just stick with the facts.
Okay, Cheryl.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, look at your fan base. Your fan base is agreeing with me. You guys are out of touch here. I don't know what's going on.
Get out of the chat.
Yeah.
Are you kicking me out of the chat?
You just kicked me out of the state. So I had to leave California, and I've been repping Steph Curry. I'm a Steph Curry guy.
Okay. Are you
love Steph
on Monday?
Good.
Will you guys? Can you guys?
No. Why would we do that? Why?
What? No. Why would we do that?
Okay. Well, I'll call in on Monday while I'm out there with them.
All right.
So you guys can hear them because this
I
is.
don't need to hear them. I don't need to hear them.
Okay.
I don't. We don't need to hear from Steph.
Please change the congratulations, please.
No, that's just how I feel.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
Okay, the chat is going crazy because you guys are dogging out a mother. I can't believe that you are dogging out a mother.
Don't play the baby face role now. After you do commercial break, you were throwing us out of the state. You said,
oh my God.
You said
yeah,
we didn't.
I'm sorry. One NBA rig mentioned. I forgot to mention Gary Payton. And please let's not forget my boy. Oh my God, I can't even think of
your
his
boy
name
is
right
Kenny
now.
Caraway, by the way. I just want to point that out.
I don't even have a son anymore.
Wow.
I have a grandson. I don't have a son.
Wow.
No, I can't even believe it. You guys don't even want to give. Can you guys just give me some respect and just say something good about the Warriors, please?
We did. We spent 30 minutes on them.
Yeah, but you guys have just been lackadaisiac about it. Just kind of like, whatever. Yeah, they won. What? Yeah.
Cheryl, we love you very much. I'm glad we got to talk to you today.
Yeah, I'll talk to Jesse on Monday.
Okay.
He'll plug me in.
All right.
You guys had a good
Enjoy your championship dream.
KC, can I see you? I'll bring you guys a hat back. Will you wear it on the show?
Absolutely. No.
What?
No. We are not wearing Warriors championship hats on this show.
If I brought a Celtics hat, you would wear it. So what's the difference?
You're right, I would.
Oh my God. See, D-Lo, there you go. There you go. Right there. The truth came out. Oh my God. The truth came. I can't even. You know what? I'm just ashamed of you guys right now because I don't know if Steph is listening. Steph, if you are, I don't know these people. I don't know them.
Steph, big fan of
we in Sacramento. Okay. All right. That's what it is.
We're going to go now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
All right. We love you very much. We'll talk to you next week.
Whatever, G-Lo. Goodbye, KC.
Wow.
I'm out.
All right. Can you just at some point, I don't care when, could you just let her in on the bit as to why I support the Celtics?
Yeah.
We don't have to discuss it.
I don't think she's gonna care.
Oh, she
I don't think she is.
I don't think she's gonna care either.
I'm out.
So what? That's old. Who cares? Not like I was a born Celtics fan. I became a fan of the Celtics like years ago.
Well,
and I'm only a fan of this version of the Celtics.
But look, this is their time. The Cheryl and Elk Groves, the Danny and San Franciscos, Vontae and Butcher, Kyle Madson coming on in about 20, 30 minutes. This is their time. This is what I say all the time. Klay Thompson, he talking crazy about Jaren Jackson and all this other stuff. Hey, you won. Draymond Green, he's got the shirts out now, and he's got his podcast. This is what happens when you win. You can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want.
I think Cheryl was accidentally listening to 1140, to be honest with you. I think talking about all not giving Steph props. It's not like we asked, do you take Steph or Draymond Green? Like that wasn't.
She don't like the A's. I don't know why she'd be over there.
And that's true. All that air over there. Your mom took pictures of the TV.
Come on, man.
Like, look at your
Come
phone.
on, man. What's going on, man? This lady's out of control.
Oh man,
She's sending us the sleep picture. The Curry telling him to go to sleep.
Oh man, were you surprised at how emotional Steph was last night? I was a little surprised.
No, I saw it coming because this was a special one. This was big time to get this done after where they had been, and then getting back to this point. Just how hard the finals was at some point earlier in the series, and the load that was on his back to bring this team home. I could understand. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised.
I was. I don't know why. They caught that shot of him. I was just like, oh, all right, Steph. And like I mean, I don't know. I just never thought this team, like collectively, the Golden State Warriors, I never thought they were cooked. Like I didn't think they were done. I thought they were, they had dealt with injuries and then a combination of injuries and kind of quitting. And I don't know. I was just surprised by it. Your mother is out of control. She's flooding a group text with pictures from the television of the Warriors with their trophy.
Now you guys know where I get the trash talking from. I get it from her.
Well, apparently, according to Jazzy 510, you take video and still pics of the TV regularly, she says. So
that's true.
I guess the whole family's listening to us today. I guess it's us against your entire family. I don't know how this happened. I really don't know how we got to the point where D'Lo and KC are battling Kenny Caraway's entire family. I guess
I'm letting them enjoy their day, enjoy their championship. I don't know what they're coming at me for.
And probably the only human being on the planet Earth who can feel our pain. Don't switch anything, KC, is the one who's joining us right here. Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight. Is today as miserable for you as it is for us?
So this is what happened, guys. Game one, after game one, Warriors were plus 140 to win it all. Mm-hmm. I put a pretty large bet on the Warriors to win it all after game one. I also, last night, when the Warriors were plus 140 on the money line, I put a decently large size bet on that as well inside of a baseball parlay for plus 750. My only regret was not taking the Warriors to win by more on the alternate line, minus whatever you could get. Minus 4.5 was about as high as you could get for just like to beat that line. At plus 225, plus 250, it would have been a bigger payday. So I'm happy that I made money. I'm actually probably going to place money on the Warriors to win it all just in case again, to come out of the West just in case again, and probably all season long I'll bet on them to lose or to win as well just in case, because it's like there's no better feeling. I encourage everyone who feels like us, which like we're very firmly in the. I don't even think it's the Warriors per se, and I don't want to speak for you because those guys are likable, but it's like everyone around them that I don't like. It's like the fans, and especially even our colleagues at Odyssey that cover the Warriors. Like 75% of them, I like catch me in the streets kind of vibes. So,
oh no.
Like extremely defensive. I don't know if you saw or heard the interview that they had with Windhorst on the Morning Roast. It was just gross. And like, we're going to crip walk on the parquet floor for sure. Game 6. It's just like, I mean, we go to the games and we're credentialed media members, but we're actually in our Boston or in our Warriors gear in Boston, like with the media credential underneath our jersey. Like you don't really have a seat, but you're not really working. Like all that stuff is gross to me. So for those who feel like me, I encourage you to do this. Put money on the Warriors if you can ever get them plus one money to win the game. And there's no, like even when the bet looks dead, there's just no negative feelings. It's just either way, you're just laughing. You're just happy. Like literally, I was like doing the young jock dance last night when the Warriors out that 22-0 league. Because I was like, I'm about to make money today. Yes, I am. And it starts to mess with your mind too, because you start to like them because they make you so much money.
I mean, that's the whole thing. If they're going to ruin your basketball life, at least get paid from it. You know what I mean? It makes them extra money from it. One day, I'm gonna tell you, Trysta. One day, we got 7 of us or 5 of us. Excuse me. We're gonna sit down.
Yep.
Me. The 7 is who?
It's gonna be me, Damien. It's 5 actually. It's me, Damien, Bonte, Butch, and Trysta. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna
the butcher man.
We're gonna champagne and campaign, and we're gonna have a nice.
I'm misunderstood, boys. I'm misunderstood.
And that's what I would tell them. I'd say you're misunderstood, and now they're misunderstood. We all we gonna make it happen. We gonna champagne. We're gonna have a good time.
I think we're both misunderstood for the same reasons too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think, and I think about this a lot. Like last night, I tweeted, you know, that Steph with the ring. Mm-hmm. And I was like, Steph to his parents, like, okay,
Trysta, you can't.
And I said,
you can't say that, Trysta. You can't.
That was funny.
Why not? Like, why not? When you come from, just because I have a blue check mark, like I can't try to get jokes off. You know what I mean? So
I thought it was very funny.
I think when people
it's very funny
looking at me, who I am in my physical body, and the blue check mark, they're like, what is this? You know, like it'd be like, I'm not ever gonna compare myself to like Woj or Haynes or like any of that. But if I saw like somebody who was like a real media member tweet that, I'd be like Roz Gold a Woo Day or something. I'd be like, wow, that was bold tweet.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. You think they're primed to run it back?
Yes, absolutely. Until they don't run it back. Like I said to you guys, they're not champions until they're champions. And now they're not champions until they're not champions.
Yeah. I saw they're the favorites right now, 5-1,
yes.
But I was surprised to see Brooklyn and Boston have the same odds, and they're right behind them. Really, I think Golden State's 5-1, Brooklyn and Boston are 6-1. So
that makes no damn sense. Brooklyn being 6-1 is like Brooklyn being 6-1 last year. You know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What else did you guys see that you thought was interesting? I thought the Nuggets at 14-1 was interesting. I thought
we're back in on the Clippers. It looks like,
and rightfully so. Rightfully so. I think the Clippers are going at least to the Western Conference Finals.
Man,
they're going to be better than Phoenix.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're talking about guys that they stole from us that Norm Powell, Rocco, the resurgence of Rocco, Kawhi back in the fold, PG, like Reggie Jackson. They've got good wing talent. Like they've got a good squad. They've got a lot of pieces that you're like, this is scary hours. And they've got legit ball handling, which obviously Boston did not have.
Dallas stands out to me too. Like they're all in on Dallas, not only running it back, but getting better.
Yeah. And I'm not going to believe that until I see it.
See, I don't know about that. Like Christian Wood, as much as I like him as a bucket getter, he doesn't exactly move the ball around. So when he goes there, he's like the big man version of Trae Young. It's like ISO on me, So I don't see necessarily Luka loving that. And maybe he will. Maybe J Kidd will get him to buy in and play defense and kick out and, be a better version of Maxi Kleber or something. That kind of feels like what they want to do. Does that sound disrespectful? Because you laughed. You kind of smirked.
No, a little. I mean, maybe a smidge. maybe a smidge. Max Kleber, there's nothing wrong with him. He's fine. He's a good ball player. He's fine.
He has proven to show up in playoff moments, which Christian Wood has not shown us yet. So I'll be waiting for that.
Yeah, it's different under them lights, man. And we saw that some people feel like, I think it's a little crazy to say Tatum got under them lights and he wasn't able to perform. Like the playoffs weren't them lights. Like the guy was having an unbelievable playoffs, but they say the finals maybe shine a little brighter or whatever the case may be. He had a terrible series. Where are you at with Jayson Tatum?
I think in about 10 days, the think piece is going to come out where Jayson Tatum was dealing with like a separated shoulder or like a lat or trap impingement or something. He's gonna do a little cleanup. He's gonna go and work himself out. Can't you guys see? Like we saw that he was playing through something.
If he got a text from Braun last night, like maybe like, hey,
should have went to the podium in a sling.
Come out in a sling. Like, trust me, come out in a sling. It'll work.
Or a wheelchair. Wheelchair would have worked too.
Damn, can you get a cast made? How quickly can you get a cast made?
Can we just get an air cast? Like an air cast in a sling.
Come out with a Norma Tech on his arm, just completely inflated.
Just like his whole body's kind of like, what's up with you there?
We got a chance to talk to Q yesterday about some of the rumors regarding the Washington Wizards, and Adrian Wojnarowski mentioned this before the game yesterday that Jaden Ivey has become the object of every general manager's eye there, in the Sacramento Kings sitting at the number 4 spot. What do you think happens next week in the draft?
Guys, how did this happen so fast? Do you know what I'm saying? Like the last week, he must have blown folks away in the workouts. You know what I mean? Because the last time we saw Jaden Ivey, he was airballing open threes against a D3 team in the tournament, right? Like I would imagine it's different playing in an NCAA tournament and not playing well than it is in a closed gym environment with, some other guys coming in, whether that's the combine or, team workouts or whatever. I don't personally get it. I don't think he's really a 2. I don't think he's really a 1.
I think part of it is he's a really good kid and he's super charming. And I think I think he's won people over. In addition to, if you're looking for something on film, I think you can find it. So when you get those other intangibles to it, and the fact that you meet the kid that you like him, I think that adds to it.
Let me tell you a little story about Drew Lock.
Oh no!
This is why they don't understand it. This is why they don't get it. I met Drew Lock pre-draft, and we talked for probably 15, 20 minutes. And I could have been like, I was so wooed by Drew. I thought he was going to be a perfect fit for what they were trying to do in Denver. You're like, absolutely great kid, funny, high IQ, says all the right things. I've seen some film where he makes the right reads, has a decent arm. Yes. And then Drew Lock is Drew Lock, right? I'm not going to say that's what I'm not going to like compare them in that way, but like, don't get finessed because of how someone is in the room, because John Morant doesn't come across like that, like proper in that way in the room. And he's that guy. You know what I mean? Like there are some players that don't come across like that. Christian Wood apparently didn't come across like that. And so there's a lot of negative tweets about him, but he can still play. So I don't know. I don't like that. I think there's something about that. I don't know. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys know what I'm saying?
No, I completely get it. I get it. I'm trying to make sense of.
Yeah. What do you guys think you're gonna do? Like, do you guys think you're gonna hang on to 4, or like, what do you like? 3 options. What do you think you're gonna do? What do you want them to do?
Well,
I know quick secondary question for you, Casey. Are you off the Shaden train yet?
No,
you're not. Even though he's like killing his workouts, people are saying mean things.
Yeah, I think people are insane that think that he's not going to be good. I understand the concerns because you don't have a whole lot to go off of, so I get that. But if you just kind of, anybody that's seen him play is like, nah, he's the truth. He's the real deal. So there's that. I think, to answer your question, I think especially after the whole little Woj, impromptu thing yesterday, I think they're looking to move the pick. If they have to, I think they'll draft Jaden Ivey, but I think they want to move off of it, move back.
What do you think, Damien?
Unless if there's not a perfect trade to move back in, I'd rather they move up. I want Paolo Banchero.
Oh, of course. Absolutely. Do you think that there's a trade scenario where the Rockets say yes to that?
No, I think it'd have to be the Thunder.
Yeah.
The Thunder.
Yeah.
I think they'd have to move up to 2. And part of me thinks with all of this, talk yesterday, Woj listing like 12 teams interested in the 4. Sam Presti like salivating. If you could move up to 2, let Sam Presti figure out what to do it for. Sam Presti will turn that into
Chet Holmgren.
47 new picks and a new stadium in Oklahoma City or something somehow.
I don't know necessarily if Houston takes Chet at 3.
Yeah.
Does Houston move back if you jump and they say, well, we can't get Paolo, we don't want Chet, we don't want Jaden because we have KPJ. We already have kind of like a backcourt for the future with Jalen Green. So maybe we'll move. We don't want Mathurin. I don't know. I think you move back.
Are you afraid of Chet?
Me?
Yeah, like why wouldn't Houston take him?
I just don't know that he like fits into what they want to do. Like that, does Chet seem like a look at the roster of the Houston Rockets right now?
Yeah,
guys.
I'm the wrong guy.
You know what I'm saying?
No, but look, I'll tell you this. I think Chet would fit in just fine with those dudes. like listening to Chet talk.
Yeah.
I think it would be just fine in Houston.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It would only take a few minutes. You know what I mean? For them to assimilate.
Chet would be good.
I mean, he would be a monster there, though. He would really be a monster.
I struggle getting a feel for him. It's just Paolo that I've taken.
I told you guys this. I saw Paolo live, and it took me 7 minutes, maybe, watching him just warm up. And I was like, my Lord.
Don't we hear a lot of that, Damien? Like, haven't we heard that like 3 or 4 times? Like, I saw him live. I saw him warm ups, and I was like, yo. This.
And then you see him play for – so then I'm watching because they gave me awesome seats in the ACC game and the ACC tournament and at Barclays. And I was literally right across the court from Coach K, like same level, first level court, basically courtside, just right behind the scores table. And you're watching him and his feel for the game, and you're just like, they won't give him the ball. Like they just won't. Every time the ball is in his hands or he's near the ball, good things are happening. Not only is he just more athletic, it feels like he was the emotional leader when things were going bad. I watched the Miami Duke game, and when things were going bad, he was the one creating the huddle. He was the one kind of initiating, and he just wasn't really a high usage guy because of Coach K. So for me, when you see him, you're like, wow, he's bigger than everyone. He's like a lot bigger. He's way faster and savvier than he looks on TV. And he's just, I mean, the way that he shoots the 3, it's just wet. Boom, 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 boom. He's barely even off the ground either. Like no effort to his movements.
Yeah.
You got a show to do, Trysta. We appreciate you. Thanks as always for hanging out with us.
I appreciate you guys.
Hang in there, Trysta.
One more question. What happens to my Blazers?
Matt.
Yeah, they're out. Yeah, they're trading.
Yeah.
They're trading.
So you two are split.
I said Mathurin. I'm
saying trading. They're out. They're gonna try something else.
Did you see Detroit wants Mathurin now?
Yes.
Mathurin, I do.
I've been on the Mathurin train since October.
Yeah.
Like literally, I've been pounding, yo, get Mathurin, and now it's like I've talked too loud.
See what you did? You lost your pick now. Now
about me, but I don't want AJ Griffin at this point.
Hey, Trysta, welcome to win now territory. You got to find a win now player to help Dame out. No man's land.
I guess if we get, I know that. Haven't we been there, like literally languishing in the second round of the playoffs with win now? I mean, I'd rather go the other way. But if we can get like an OG Anunoby and or a Lou Dort, I would be fine with a Lou Dort and the 12th pick for 7.
You could find some articles out there that got Lou Dort going for the 4 pick. Yo, yeah, they're out there. Like, God, you really think this organization is stupid? All right, Lou Dort for the 4.
You all know.
Oh man.
What about Lou Dort for their what was it the 12, the 13? How about that Lou Dort plus the OKC pick for 4?
Nah, I need a little more than Lou Dort. Like I'm looking for at least a starting forward.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have too many guards anyway. You don't need an undersized 2 guard.
Yeah.
Defend.
Still got to figure out Dante, what Davion's doing. Yeah, no, it's
You got too many. Yeah, you got a lot of redundancies.
We've got problems, is what we have. We have
Got to
problems.
still move on from Rashawn Holmes too. Got to still figure that piece out.
All
Fun
right.
stuff for the Kings.
Well, we could talk to y'all. Like we could make some things happen with Portland.
Yeah, Anthony.
Like we're holding on to Nurk. Feels like that's what's going on.
Oh, good for you.
I didn't see that coming.
good for you.
Rich Paul is going to stick the knife in and turn it on us. We're going to overpay for Nurk. You just watch.
Damn.
Gonna stick the knife and you turn it all in an effort to get Dame Lillard somehow to Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's it. I'm out of here. Send me to the Lakers. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Love you back. Thanks, Trysta. It's Trysta Krick, host of Bet MGM Tonight with our man Quentin Mayo, who was with us yesterday. Trysta has a tendency to just be like, yeah, screw your break.
Yeah, to hell with him.
So I think we'll just ride. Kyle Madson will join us here any second. I'm sure Kyle is going to be elated, maybe even sipping some Luke Belair, some Bumbu or McQueen in the Violet Fog or whatever.
Hey, he deserves it. They all deserve it today, man. I told Danny in San Francisco last night when I told him congratulations, and he was like, man, I'm just on cloud nine. I was like, look, man, hey, this is why we follow sports, and are fans of teams.
Mm-hmm.
To one day hopefully get to these moments right here where you can celebrate a championship. And man, I'd enjoy the hell out of it. Niners win Giants, because I've seen it recently. I just would enjoy it in my home. It'd be cool. Let the Niners, or heaven forbid the Kings win anything, but Niners win a Super Bowl.
You will be unbearable like that. Like Jesse just sent us a message. I should have taken the day off. Hurts much worse today than it did after the game. I'll tell you this: the 49ers win the Super Bowl, I'm taking the day off.
Bruh.
The level. And you know what? It wouldn't even matter if I didn't, because it would be 4 hours of Kenny like gloating, celebrating. The soundboard would be loaded with new sound to just fire off. Oh, and
Super Bowl is going crazy.
And God forbid the 49ers be underdogs headed into that game.
They always underdogs. I don't think they were favorites at any point this year, in any game. Underdogs all year. Maybe the Lions game for the beginning of the season. That's it.
Okay.
So that's what it does, man. And they're gonna disrespect again. I see Jay Stahl up here in the chat. We coming for you guys, man. We coming for y'all, man. I mean, we know you guys got an endless salary cap situation. You get drafted. We already know y'all finagling the whole salary cap. We know what you're doing.
Yep.
We coming for y'all. Jay Stahl was one of them people that they was praying. I saw y'all. Y'all was praying that Debo was gone, because you know what's going to happen now. You know what's going to happen now, because y'all praying Debo will go somewhere. But no. Y'all know what time it is. He's back. That boy Trey Lance is back. Mm-hmm.
You see what happens to Kenny at the thought of the 49ers winning something. This isn't if the 49ers win. This is the thought of the 49ers winning, and this is how he acts.
Yeah, we got it's about to be lit. It's about to be lit.
Let's bring in our man Kyle Madson,
go to that parade,
who I have to assume is quite happy today. How are you, buddy?
I'm great. A+.
Yeah.
I slept for 45 minutes last night.
Yeah, you've got that. Were you in Boston? Because have you been drinking Bumbu, Luke Belair all night? Because you've got that sound of someone who you've been going pretty hard.
No, I I had, my typical. I have a drink or two during the game, but that extends from the time the game starts through, kind of the end. But I did a show this morning at 95.7. We went 24-hour. So our post game show went to midnight. We had a show midnight to 3, and then I did a 3 to 3. I did a 3 to 6. The midnight to 3 show had like 60 callers. No lie.
Who was running it?
Our guy Cam, one of our new board ops. He was terrific. Technical director. Charlie Walter and Alan Styles were the 2 hosts. Yeah, big Charlie Walter guy.
Yeah.
And then myself and Stephen Langford did 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. So I got home from my folks' house where I watched the game, kind of, wound down, got ready for bed, set an alarm for 12:20 a.m. Probably fell asleep around 11:30 or so. And was out the door by about 1, and in the city by 2 to prep for a 3 a.m. show.
Falling asleep at 11:30 is for an alarm at 12:20 is probably 10 times worse than not sleeping at all.
I'd be dead.
It's chaos. Dead. Well, the goal wasn't to fall asleep. I was in bed by probably 10:30.
Okay.
But I just couldn't sleep.
I would like to, 1, applaud you, and 2,
that's phenomenal.
You could have called in today. Like you could have tapped out today. Like we could have gotten together.
Coach. I got on my show. I drove home, got settled back at home, hit a quick 20-minute nap, and we're in here. Let's go.
Man, that's some boss stuff. And that's, yeah, I'm trying to think. Kings win the championship, because I talk about these things. Well, I guess we'll be going 24 hours straight too, except it's just going to be me and D'Lo for 24 hours.
Hey, I got you guys. I'll jump in. I got you. You let me know.
So just because I don't want the second part of the story to be left out, you did 3 to 6. Did you do your regular show too?
Uh-huh.
God, bro, you can go to bed. Like, it's okay.
I might fall asleep mid-hit today. Yeah. You have no idea. No, it's good. It's good. I've been crushing coffee all day. I'm sure it's bad for me. If anybody has a plug on some different kind of upper, let me know.
Easy. You're talking to the wrong audience, buddy. That is the kind of thing you want to throw out to our
people. Are gonna be like, actually,
this is gonna be 10. What are you, a cop? What you talking about?
Does anybody know where I can acquire? Anyways,
Kyle on the show looking for uppers.
Hello, fellow youths.
Was this the Steph Curry finals?
Yeah, man. They're all the Steph Curry finals, but
well.
No.
We had a stretch. We had a strength and number stretch. This feels like Steph.
Yeah. And I don't want to short sell, like Andrew Wiggins was amazing. Draymond Green in the closeout game was as good as he's been in 5 years. I don't want to shortchange any of that, but this is what it was about. Like, it was about Steph, and could Steph put together a Steph Curry run in the finals? Because he's been good in the finals before, but he hasn't been like consistently Steph. And that's what he was. Like, even his off shooting game, he still had a really good game. Like, he still played well. He just didn't shoot it from 3 very well. He was dominant. He was the best player in this series. There was no question. And that's what they needed. If he was 30% worse, they don't win.
I'm trying to think of where else to go with like the whole trio thing, right? Because we've had everything. These guys, Draymond, Clay, Steph, 4 championships, 8 championship appearances, or excuse me, in the last 8 years, 6 championship appearances. And this one feels different, obviously, because of where they dipped down to and had to come up, and then, the perceived notion that they didn't have enough without Kevin Durant and all this other stuff. But I've heard a number of different people say that this may be the hardest one to get for this group moving forward. Do you subscribe to that notion? Like they got this one. Now they can start cooking for another 2-3 years because Clay's going to have a year to kind of rehab just basketball, not necessarily the injury. Steph Curry doesn't have any type of fall off. And now you've got guys, I know Draymond is, maybe on the tail end of his career, but it seems like you may have guys waiting in the wings to take his place.
Maybe. It depends a lot on what does Jordan Poole look like next year. What does Andrew Wiggins give you over an entire year? What does Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga look like next year? Can James Wiseman play? Like, there's question marks for sure. And the West is good as hell. Like Denver, who they played in the first round, is gonna get healthy and be good next year again, and probably better. I think Dallas got better by adding Christian Wood. I think Dallas is going to be better. I think Phoenix will be in the mix again. Like the West just by itself is going to be tough. And if Milwaukee's healthy, do the Warriors beat a healthy Milwaukee team? Because I think a healthy Milwaukee team goes to the finals. Like there's hurdles to clear for sure. I'm not just going to pencil them in to win another 2 or 3 titles. But if you told me they won it next year, like it's not out of the question. But I think this one was the hardest or most improbable because of what you said. Like they took haymakers. Like Kevin Durant leaving is supposed to end a run. The Klay Thompson's first injury is supposed to end a run. His second injury is certainly supposed to end the run. And we saw it last year. Like no Klay, Draymond, Steph. They were the 8th seed, getting an MVP caliber year from Steph. And it was like, okay, this is just kind of what they are now, unless they get another star. And they didn't add another star, and they won a title. Like it just wasn't supposed to happen. Like that's not how this works, right? Like when your run goes for 5 years and then you fall off without making any major additions, like you're not supposed to win a championship again.
Yeah.
Is Andrew Wiggins their second best player?
Night in and night out, yeah. Like he especially down the stretch, like what he did against Jayson Tatum was remarkable. And it's the outside of Steph, the biggest reason they won the series. Boston didn't score 100 points in 4 of the 6 games.
Wow.
That's great.
That's in large part because of Andrew Wiggins just one-on-one. Like, okay, you're going to be on an island with Jayson Tatum and slow him down. And he did. Like Jayson Tatum, especially from 2, was abysmal. And then, Draymond Green had that weird games 2 and 3, where he just wasn't very good, or games 3 and 4, I guess, where he wasn't very good. But what flipped the series for me was in game 4 with like 7 minutes left. Klay Thompson just flipped a switch on the defensive end. Yeah. He wasn't prime Klay, but it wasn't just Jaylen Brown running past him every time down. And that little wrinkle for Golden State's defense, and the fact that Klay could all of a sudden start staying in front of people and they couldn't just break everybody except Andrew Wiggins down and get in the paint and have what they wanted. That to me was where the series flipped, and you saw it because Golden State won 3 in a row.
And I think that's where I think that Draymond fed off that energy, because that's where he was sitting in that fourth quarter. And I think Kerr put him back in with like 3 and some change left. And he stepped onto the floor locked in. And that, I think Kenny pointed it out that the day after I think that was coming off of Klay's energy.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
We all know how Joe Lacob rolls and what he does. Everybody coming back, huh? They ain't gonna pinch no pennies. Even if somebody like Looney, if they want to bring Looney back and they can match whatever deal he may be getting out there, anybody's coming back as long as they want him, huh?
Yeah, as far as I know, Lacob said if they think they're gonna help him win a championship, they paid Kelly Oubre like $80 million last year because they thought Kelly Oubre could help him win. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know if it'll be everybody. Like, we'll see what happens with GP2. We'll see what happens with Otto Porter. But if they leave, it's not going to be because the Warriors were cheap. It'll be because the Warriors thought, like, yeah, that's not great value for that guy, or whatever the case may be.
I think as long as I mean, it's Steph A. I'm of the belief that Clay is going to have a strong rebound season next year. I think he's going to benefit greatly from this offseason. But even at that, if we're talking about a trio of Warrior stars, I think that trio of Warrior stars is now Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, and Klay Thompson. And if that winds up being the case, man, I think there is a really strong chance that this team is back here in this position next year. I think a lot that we forget about championship runs, or we ignore about championship runs because we kind of live in the moment, is a lot of things got to break your way. And I mean, being healthy is one of them, as the Warriors know, because they faced it the other way. They're able to stay healthy. The Phoenix, the bizarre end to the Phoenix Suns season will always be like, wow, what would it have been like if the Warriors played the Suns for 4, 5, 6, 7 games? Doesn't matter. Suns weren't there. Warriors made it. So like if things break the Warriors' way, man, from just a team perspective, the way that they're built, and with the thought of Andrew Wiggins now emerging as the top defender and the second best player on the team, this squad feels loaded again, and it seems like everyone knows their role and is completely okay with it. That's one of the really unique things about this Warriors run, is guys have always known their role and bought into it, and there's never been a, oh, but hey, it's my turn type thing.
Yeah, it felt like there might be a little bit of that with Jordan Poole, which is kind of the way he responded to starting and then going to the bench. But even he, I think, is fully bought in now, knowing that what buying in gets him. And he's a player that, like, you talk about Steph and Clay and Andrew Wiggins, but like Jordan Poole is probably going to need to take on like the bigger role that he had toward the end of the year. Like that's going to be his role, and he's going to need to be better at that. And then where does Moses Moody fit in? Where does Jonathan Kuminga fit in? There's a, just to your point, there's a path where, yeah, they are really good at the top end and then really deep again too, without making any major additions. Like if one of Moody or Kuminga is a high quality player, yeah, I don't see any reason that they can't continue competing.
Damn, it's crazy. This is crazy. It don't make no damn sense.
Not even fair.
It doesn't. Like they were supposed to be done, man. When Clay went down in Game 6 in 2019, I remember, and then they lose that game on the way home. I was just like, man, that's it.
Yeah.
I guess because that's just how it goes. Like that's how this works.
Yeah.
And now, man,
they are ready to ride again. I saw a lot of stuff last night, and I mean, I think it's a hell of a discussion. I think it's a real discussion about Steph Curry being the greatest Bay Area athlete of all time. And really, when you talk about that, you're talking Montana, Rice, Bonds, and now Curry's in that discussion. Do you think he is number one?
So I think it depends, right? Like I said that on the internet today. I said, I think as a person born in 1990, I don't have any Joe Montana in my memory bank. I barely have Jerry Rice. Most of my Jerry Rice is in a Raider uniform. My Steve Young is very minimal. My Bonds, I'm not a Giants guy, but for me, Bonds is, I think, unequivocally the best hitter of all time. He might be the best player of all time. I think he gets knocked a little bit for the steroid thing, and I think he gets knocked in this conversation for not having a title. And it's tough in baseball because you impact the game less as an individual than you do in any other sport.
Right.
Because Bonds was unequivocally great and on some really good Giants teams, but they just couldn't. They had the Angels and they couldn't close them out.
Or there was a card. I said, or there was no wild card.
Or that. Right. Yeah. 93. Yeah. So I push Bonds down a little bit. Like I said, 1 for the steroid thing and 2 for the lack of titles in a conversation with other guys with 3 and 4 championships. But that's not to knock Bonds. It's just kind of the scale we're talking about when you're talking about the elite of the elite. So I put Steph 1 because I have the most direct experience with him, and I see the impact he's had on this franchise and the impact he has on the city. And one of the reasons I push Montana down a little bit is because, like, you will never see Steph Curry tweet before Warriors finals game 30 years in the future, tweeting about like the other team and hoping they win too, like Montana did with the Chiefs and Niners.
Yeah.
Just that kind of the way that breakup happened. He's obviously not over it, and he doesn't feel as connected to the 49ers the way Jerry Rice is or the way Steph is. But I'm not going to quarrel. Like, it depends on your criteria for greatness. I think it depends on what your favorite sport is, what teams you root for. I also think Willie Mays belongs in the conversation, though. And I know it's a long time ago.
Sure.
But if you're just stacking up resumes and stats and numbers, Willie definitely belongs in the conversation. But
Me,
yeah, I think
baseball players of all time are Giants. It's Willie Mays and it's Barry Bonds.
Yeah, I would accept that argument for sure. But yeah, I'm not going to quibble like with the order, but I think that's the 5 guys that are undoubtedly up there. And for me, it's like maybe it's recency bias, maybe it's because he's the only one I've really seen a lot of. But for me, Steph is at the top.
I wonder where I fall on there. If we would have won that Cal Pac title in 2006, I think I ain't saying top 5, but I think I could have been top 20.
Well, the Warriors ring helps you. I think the ring that you got with the Golden State Warriors brings your ranking up a little bit.
Then we were the number 2 seed the next year at Cal State East Bay, and losing that in that first game that really knocked me down on the
it's all right, part
lineage.
I've got those 5, and then there's like this second tier with like Ricky Henderson is in that set because Ricky but he's just not like, I love Ricky Henderson. He's incredible, but he's just not on that level. And then KC is in that tier as well, I think.
Ricky and that's appropriate, I think, for Ricky Henderson and KC to be in the same tier. Buddy, you don't have anything left to prove. Go lay on the couch or something. I'll go with Stephen Curry.
I need to go. Hey, bro, that's literally where I was napping and he's in between my legs.
Before we
you got to be careful of the things you say on this radio show, pal.
Before he goes,
I'm just trying to get some uppers, man. I don't.
Yeah. Kyle trying to turn this into an episode of Snowfall.
Before he goes, while he's right here, man, I gotta tell him. It's the sound of the day. I gotta say it.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
Incredible.
Thank you for joining us after literally no sleep, man. You didn't have to.
You're a beast for that.
Rest.
I'm gonna go listen to some Pusha T now.
That's a good call, man. That's a good call. We appreciate you, Kyle.
All right, see you guys.
Kyle Madson, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He is
them boys went
had known that he was on in the middle of the night. I would not have let him come on. I would have been like, dude, it's good.
Bro, they went 3-6.
That is crazy. But with that said, shout out to our man Matt. That's a dope ass idea.
Oh, that's sick.
Just run it.
That's and to be honest with you, like we joke, I know we couldn't do it the way it is, but if the Kings ever won a championship, I mean,
I love that you think someone's gonna ask, like, hey, y'all, like, what's the limit of what y'all could do? I would always be down. Like, I'm a marathon guy. I'd always be down to try.
Yeah,
let's go on there and see how long we make it.
Come on, man. I'll be waiting. You could always throw the best of D'Lo and KC on there for a couple hours.
Yeah, we do it.
Let us get back in. So when it happens, I mean, damn.
2026, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and it's gonna be tough because are we gonna be? I guess we could probably do it if they won in New York, but that'd be kind of hard, So yeah, we would hope that they do it here at home, but if they did it in New York, we just go into the studio and knock it out, We
could do it. It'd be easy.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna hurt me to see New York City like that because those are my people over there. But when we win that series, you know what I'm saying? It's just
for those who are unaware, this is the fictitious 2026 NBA Finals that Kenny has booked here.
Yeah. And it's gonna be like really intriguing because the storylines are gonna be everywhere because Jaden Ivey will be leading the Knicks to the NBA Finals. It's Randall's redemption. He's going back to the Garden, You know what I mean? And it's just going to be a crazy storyline situation, man.
Send your hate tweets to @IMKDiddy. That was not D'Lo. That was not Damian. That was KC. That's @IMKDiddy, who referenced Julius Randle as a member of the Sacramento Kings.
And then I'm saying they're going to be.
Do not complain to ESPN 1320. That was Kenny Caraway. We are not responsible for KC's comments. His opinions are his and his alone, and not that of staff or management.
Oh, then they're going the other storyline is going to be like, damn, like it's crazy that the Kings were able to get Shaedon Sharpe at 11 and the Knicks could have had him, but the Kings came away with that with Sharpe and Randle, and it just turned Randle's career around. And it's storyline is going to be crazy in that 2026 finals.
So we've gone about an hour without a commercial. I think Kenny's gotten.
The Warriors one. We're going 24 hours.
Yeah. Well, we were going to break, and Trysta said, "You'll go to break when I tell you you're going to go to break," and that rolled right into Kyle. And there's no going to that. We don't go to break 2 minutes late here. Like if we're 2 minutes late, it's like forget it. Just keep going. We already missed it. Might as well just keep going.
As Mike Tyson once said, "F it, it's a fight anyway."
That's right. And apparently today has turned into a slugfest. So we're gonna step out. I think Kenny needs to get some food to get some of his sense back. And we'll come back. James Ham joins us. Top of the 3 o'clock hour. Lots to talk to Ham about. And we'll do that when we return here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, on ESPN 1320. All right, y'all. Yeah, we're going to both have to get up. Okay. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
I'm back. What's going on, everybody? Everything just down up in there or just acting haywire? I'm just glad mine works. Oh, yeah, well. The good thing about it, though, Jesse, is you got Tatum and Brown. That's half the battle. Football's a little different. I was trying to compare it to the Niners, but football's a little different because you just don't know. People get hurt a little more easily. But basketball, once you got it in basketball, you're good for the most part. Oh, well. Go Yanks. Go Yanks. Well, they trying to make sure they're not in that wild card game.
Oh, man. Little known fact, I only cough between 12 and 4.
LL Cool J is hard as hell. This is Around the Way, girl, by the way.
Battle anybody, I don't care. Oh, you just started? Oh, okay.
Well, LL J coming in. Yeah,
rings at least
two pair. Fendi bag and a bad attitude. That's all I need to get me in a good mood.
LL's. I'm a young LL guy.
I always say all the time. I think LL is underrated. He might be the most underrated rapper in the history of hip hop.
LL's one of those guys, though, who you see the downturn. Like you saw like the records.
Like Headstone?
Well, he actually had some heat.
A banger though. Like people used to like that.
That was a hit record. But he had another one. Was Ashanti on it? He had like an Around the Way Girl type record that came out late in his run that I'm forgetting the name of.
Paradise was pretty big.
Yeah, that maybe that's when was Ashanti on that?
No, him and A. Marie.
Oh, that's right. It was A. Marie.
If you want it, baby, I'll be rich.
Yeah, he had some.
Take it to paradise.
He had some heat like on a couple of his later albums, but then you've got like Exit 13, and it's like, yo, what is? Love You Better. That's the song I was thinking.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Love You Better was bad. Yeah.
Lord have mercy. If the girl is thirsty, I'll have a man reimburse me.
Okay, stop it. Stop this right now. Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Despite what it may sound like, we haven't dipped into it early, though. We probably should. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can catch us on Facebook Live if you haven't been with us today. If you do enjoy the Twitch, YouTube, Facebook streams, I encourage you to stream back to the first hour later on in the show and catch the commercial break version of Cheryl in Elk Grove. It was quite humorous when Kenny's mom told us that we need to leave the state.
Yeah, she said it multiple times.
She did. She wanted us out of here. She said we have not praised Steph Curry nearly enough, which is.
And that's when we found out my mom doesn't even listen to my show.
We found out that that's accurate. I don't think she does. She's going to adopt Bonte pretty soon. I think that's how it's going to go. She's going to adopt Bonte and Butcher Boy here any minute. James is going to join us in a few minutes. This is going to be one of those kind of like little. We're going to have to take another break here pretty soon because we went so long, and then we'll have James here to talk. I do want to throw this out because I know wrestling is something we regularly talk about. Vince McMahon stepped down as chairman and CEO of the WWE. I believe it was late last night, pending this investigation into his this alleged payoff to a former employee. I've been reading more about this, and there's so many different layers to it. The statement was pretty interesting. The statement seemed to have come directly from Vince McMahon, and there's a lot in it. One thing that is not is a denial. He said, I'm going to step away as chairman and CEO, not be a distraction. He also says, I will accept the findings of the board. There was that was it. And it was like, oh, okay. Stephanie McMahon, who had stepped away from the company, of course, Vince's daughter, who had stepped away from the company not too long ago, has been appointed the interim CEO and chairwoman. With all of that said, it's added, this wasn't in the press release, or at least I don't think it was. Excuse me. Sorry, that was right into the microphone.
Yeah, that happens.
It was, it's been reported since that Vince will maintain his role in overseeing WWE creative. So he'll still be working. And there's a report right now that I don't know if it's changed, and I just can't imagine that this is true. With SmackDown on Fox tonight, there's a report that Vince McMahon is going to appear in character tonight to address his absence. And I posted, like, I just can't believe the people around him would be dumb enough to allow this to happen. And people, pointed out, like, Bruce Pritchards and Michael PSAs and all of these different wrestling lackeys that are around him. No. I'm talking about Fox.
Right.
I'm talking about NBC. I'm talking about his billion-dollar partner stepping in and going, hey, that appearance you were going to do tonight? No, you're not. I can't imagine Fox is okay with this happening.
Once again, this ain't the USA Network. This ain't TNN. This ain't Spike TV.
Insane.
This is Fox. And like you, I can't believe they would let this happen. But I haven't seen anything.
There's nothing that says it's not.
Right. Like, nobody's been, oh, well, no, that was just the rumor. He's actually not showing up. It's just, nope, he's going to be there. It's crazy. That is nuts. And then what's the other part about this where he's still in control of creative?
Yeah, he's still, like, he is the primary shareholder, right? Like, he's still, like, even though there's a board, even though there are shareholders, it's a publicly traded company, he still owns 56% of the company. Now, I'm sure there's plenty written into the way that the board of directors is structured, and removing people or all of those sorts of different things, but it's still his company.
Right.
And he's decided he's still going to oversee creative. And for those who actually watch the product, that's terrible news.
That's bad.
That's really bad news. But yeah, we always wondered what WWE and the landscape of wrestling would look like without Vince McMahon, and there's a good chance we may find out a little bit sooner than we thought. But I'd be absolutely stunned if he appeared on Fox television tonight as Mr. McMahon, his character. Which, by the way, there is very little to distinguish between the character he has played on TV for the last handful of decades and the chairman of the company.
Right.
Because he's introduced as the chairman of WWE. Their distinction is they call him Mr. McMahon versus calling him Vince McMahon.
Right.
Yeah. How Fox didn't call him immediately and go, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know. I don't know. But again, no one for those that watch wrestling, no one is stunned by this news.
No.
Not at all. I mean, it's gross. It's unfortunate, but I sure am surprised Vince McMahon did that. Yeah, no one. Absolutely no one.
I do wonder how this is going to play out, though. Like, how could this, somebody tweeted out there, like, well, maybe Vince is just showing up so he can blow himself up in a limo again.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, it never paid off that storyline. The best tweet I saw, it was funny, and then it was like, oh, okay. It said The Rock is going to buy the WWE. Or actually, it said The Rock is going to own the WWE. And I thought, oh, that's possible. That's very possible. The Rock could buy the WWE.
Could happen. Could happen.
Can you imagine? What if The Rock turns the XFL into a massive success?
Wow.
And then he overtakes the WWE and by the way, The Rock absolutely cannot buy the WWE just like he did the XFL. The XFL was worth pennies. He needs the backing of NBC, Amazon, Apple TV. He needs the backing of a company like that to go purchase the WWE. There have been rumors that the WWE is for sale for months now. If there's some validity to it, The Rock could be the guy.
That's the angle. That's how we do it. So Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania, whatever it is in LA. This is big build up, for months and months and months, showdown. And then, Roman wins. He's the tribal chief. He's the guy. That's how WrestleMania ends. And then he comes on Raw talking about how he's the man and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden, if you smell, and then guess what? I'm your boss now, Roman. You work for me. That's how we do it right there.
I like that. And then when he becomes evil Rock again.
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
We'll come back. We know you're not here for Vince McMahon talk. You're here for Kings talk. James Ham's going to join us next. Here, we'll dive into everything that he heard on the calls with the players over the course of the last couple of days, the interest in Jaden Ivey. What are the Kings going to do? We're talking Kings with James Ham next here on ESPN 1320.
Are we going 28?
Yeah, we'll go 28 and then end the show. I hate breaking down, but that we just nothing else we could do.
What we gotta do.
Yeah, nothing else we could do. All right, I know everybody's here for just James will be here in just a second. We got a little thrown off schedule in the last hour. So yeah, this is Press Juicery. I love this stuff. It's amazing. Press Juice? No way, man. Press Juicery. This is one of the more reasonably priced juices especially if you join their little VIP club. Yeah, Press Juicery is very, very, very affordable, especially compared to some other spots. Indeed. Can y'all hit the?
Hold on 1 second. What'd you say, Jesse? That's a lot going on there. You want to cut Kyle's interview for he's cutting stuff?
Oh no, we don't need to cut it for the stream. No, I think we can cut Trysta though. 44% of it is owned by shareholders. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? I'm confident you guys have. I hadn't checked this. I'm just so conditioned to ask you guys to hit the thumbs up. You guys have made this an amazing week over on the live stream. Yeah, let's get to 200. I think we've been to 200 likes almost every day this week. So let's get to 200 today.
Let's get it, baby.
Yeah, 200. Certainly the last few days. We appreciate you guys. Tomorrow is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be sleeping. Next week is going to be awesome. We're going to have some fun next week. I do not. And I regret that because I almost bought it. I almost bought in when they were $9. And I think they peaked one time at 103. And they're certainly not that now. But if you bought in at $9, you still have made a very, very healthy profit. I'm sure they took a hit yesterday, but I don't know what. What's up, Hammer?
What's happening, gentlemen?
We got a little thrown off, so we're in commercial break right now. So when we come back, we'll all be coming back together.
All right, nice.
And Jesse, are you hitting the legal?
Yes.
Okay. What's up, James?
What's going on? Yeah.
Less than a week away, man. Less than a week away.
Yeah, the final countdown. Yeah, I mean, I did all the prospect workouts this morning and yesterday. I think I missed one this morning. And actually, I don't even know if he actually came in because I didn't see the video of it. So, yeah. Interesting times, gentlemen. Interesting times.
Business is picking up.
Yeah. And to quote Kenny, the prices has gone up.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yeah. I think the Detroit Pistons could be telling people they had a better deal 2 days ago.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, I don't know what gets it done at this point, but if you have 3 or 4 teams or 5 or 6 teams competing, game on.
Yeah.
Hold that thought, James. Hold that thought.
Yeah. Let's see. The Kings aren't keeping this pick, are they? Rob Brown. I think I've said that for a while.
He's been on that.
You've been on that one for a minute. Yep.
Yep.
A minute.
He's been on that one. Five seconds, guys. 5 seconds. Here we go. We're back at it, man. D-Lo and KC. But it's not just us now, man. We got James Ham in the building with us here on D-Lo and KC, 1320 Kings Insider, man. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about because good old JR says business is picking up. Business is picking up. But before we go, let's just handle business real quick before we get into the Kings. James, did you say Warriors in 6? Is that what it was?
Victory lap.
He did.
Victory. Warriors in 6. Yep, that was my prediction. And yeah, I gloated about it on the podcast last night. A little bit.
It's a good call. Good call. Hell of a call. Yeah.
Ever.
So. One last time. I guess I got to give it to James too.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
Hammer, let's start here because you've been reporting about this the last 2 days or so. Who has and hasn't spoken to the Sacramento Kings? Because the list of hasn't seems a lot longer than the list that has.
This is the strangest draft season I've ever been through. I don't know how else to put it. I'm writing on it right now. I'm almost ready to publish something when I get off here, probably like a half hour after I get off, I'll publish. I've never seen it. I don't understand it. There's got to be some sort of reason behind it. But, I told you guys that, the Kings have locked us out of the building, so we don't have any, we're not there. We don't get to see who's coming through and all that stuff. I've heard rumor that Dyson Daniels maybe was supposed to be coming through today, but I still haven't confirmed that at this point. Jeremy Sohan is the only prospect in the top 10 that we know that has come through the building, and he might not even be a top 10 prospect. He might go 12, 13. This is the strangest thing. And it's not to say that the Kings haven't done some work. They interviewed a ton of people at the Combines. They went to a bunch of pro days. I know that they went to Shaden Sharp's pro day. I know they went to Jaden Ivey's pro day, AJ Griffin, Benedict Mathern's pro day. They had interviews with guys like Shaden Sharp at the and I think a few others at the Combine. But when they kept us at bay and didn't let us in the room, well, the NBA doesn't play that. At the end of the day, we get in the final days leading up to the draft, we get all of the prospects on Zoom calls. And so the top, I think it's 19, have started to roll through. And in the first 2 days, Paolo Banchero says he literally has never spoken to the Kings. Again, Shaden Sharp said he hadn't spoken to the Kings. I know for a fact that's not true. Whether he hasn't visited Sacramento and he maybe hasn't spoken to the Kings since the Combine. But I've never seen anything like this. We're watching this awesome video of Sharp going at it in a 3-on-3 workout in Portland. Portland has the 7th pick in the draft. Like, you can't get him in here to do that workout against someone else. So it tells me that there's a master plan here that we have kind of understood to be the case for a while, but it's more real than I think we thought it was, because they haven't had anyone through, and it's a big deal to not have anyone through People should be fighting to move up to number 4.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Well, one of the things that came out of yesterday was obviously the sound with Adrian Wojnarowski and what he said. For those, Dame, cue it up real quick because people hadn't heard what Woj had to say. He gave some insights to this whole process with the Kings at number 4, and what may be going on around the league when it comes to the Kings at number 4. And I found it very interesting. I found it very telling as well, James. I thought much like Jonathan Givony the other day. I thought Woj was kind of doing some work for some people. We got a good to go.
Yeah, Adrian Wojnarowski before the finals game last night.
Well, several of the players, but in particular, Jaden Ivey. Woj, what can you tell us?
Greeny, that number 4 pick that the Sacramento Kings hold, it's very much in play. There are a lot of teams trying to get deals done with Sacramento so they can move up to select Jaden Ivey. That's teams close to them in the lottery: Detroit, Indiana, who are 5 and 6. The New York Knicks at 11, Washington Wizards at number 10, and even some teams outside of the lottery. Listen, Sacramento's asking price is going to be significant to move in there. I think they see this as essentially a 4-player draft. There's a drop-off after 4. Monty McNair, their GM, you can expect him to be on the phones in this next week as we get closer to Thursday's draft. And if they're going to move that pick, I think they expect they're going to get a lot in return. But Jaden Ivey is certainly a point guard that among several teams in the lottery and out who'd like to get their, who'd like to get at him. They've already talked to Sacramento. They'll continue to do.
That's Kings fan Adrian Wojnarowski right there. He mentioned twice that he expects the asking price to be very, very high. I don't think he freestyled that.
No, I don't think he did either. And I do believe he mentioned Monty McNair, and he should be on the phone.
I believe he's the first reporter in history to mention Monty McNair. By the way, no mention of Vivek Ranadive there in that report from Adrian Wojnarowski.
Not at all. I mean, that's just like, look, if there are multiple teams, and he's so specific there, multiple teams are trying to get a deal done.
Mm-hmm.
That means that you got people competing. Now, like, what that means, I don't think we know. Like, I think a lot of teams would like Jaden Ivey. I also, yes, so when Megan points out, they called him a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think anyone looks at him and says natural point guard. But that's a way to say they already have De'Aaron Fox, and that doesn't work. It's just intriguing because even if this is the case, even if you don't want to draft Ivy and you're going to go out and make some moves, I'm still confused. This league is super small. All of these players could come back around in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And you could, like, getting to know them at a personal level, having them in your building, showing them, like, the beautiful, like, practice facility, all that stuff, the hotel right next door, giving them the 5-star treatment, walking them underneath the hallway that goes underneath the building and pops out in the Sawyer. Like, everything is cool. And I think that there should have been an ability to bring in prospects. And I don't think that every agent in the league is icing the Kings out. I don't believe that to be the case. Maybe, but I don't think so. I don't think there's some grand conspiracy. And I don't know. It's bizarre because this isn't the way it normally goes. And like, we can talk about normalcy all we want. They were never going to get one of the top 3 guys to come to Sacramento because they all think they're top 3. And you can even say they're never going to get one of the top 4 because most of those guys think that they're going to go in the top 3, and one of them is going to be the dude who loses, like, the game where they keep pulling out a chair.
The musical chairs.
Yeah, musical chairs. Yeah. So someone was going to lose, but there's always, even in the last week, usually someone admits defeat and sneaks in quietly for a workout with the team just to say hi and go have dinner and all that stuff. They have talked to Keegan Murray. That's the one guy who was like, yeah, I've kept tabs with the Kings all the way through. I met up with him a couple of times. I don't know that he's been in Sacramento, but they certainly, they probably have had a meal with the guy and sat down. But you can glean a lot from this. And I know some people say, "Oh, it's just a workout." No, you have a guy in your building. I think Banchero said he spent like 3 days in OKC. Like they wined him, they dined him, they took him all over town, they showed him the cool spots to go. That's what you're hoping to do, and it's just different. It is very different. So I think that they have some grand plan, and I think we've known that they've had a grand plan for a while, and this is just kind of the way it's played out. It's intriguing.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree. You bring in any and everybody you can in for a workout, even if it's just, to meet and talk with them, to help out the agent. Be like, oh, look, the number 4 team wanted to meet with me. You guys probably should telling other people, you should look at my client a little better because the number 4 team is actually interested. Little stuff like that, creating relationships with people. With that being said, back to the Woj thing. I looked at that once again as a impromptu infomercial for Monty McNair by Woj and the Kings number 4 pick. And one of the things that I thought, maybe I'm just, being a little naive here, tinfoil-y, I thought Monty was getting the message out. Some of you guys are coming at me with these deals like we're stupid. Okay. That's not the case. I have a handful of teams that want this pick. Make your best deal. Don't try to play us. Don't try to get over on us, because if you're not making a deal, there's 3 or 4 other teams that are ready to make a deal. Make your best deal, period. That's what I got out of that whole thing with Woj.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, if you're he directly mentions the 2 teams behind him. Like that's really where you can get a lot of value, especially you're trying to get them to crank up their price. Like I think initially you're like, hey, we would like Jeremy Grant or we would like Sadiq Bey. Now it's like, hey, it's going to be more than that. If it's Sadiq Bey, it's going to be Sadiq Bey and a future first. If it's
talking big money talk,
well, that's what it is. I mean, and if it's Jeremy Grant, we need to negotiate a contract now. We need to make sure that he's going to lock up, and we'll be able to get him on a long-term deal. We're not getting to the night of the draft and not knowing if we can get Grant entering the final year of his deal. They're not trading 4 to 5 without a sign and extend with Jeremy Grant. That's just not happening. And if it does, then that's just crazy talk, because you just gave up the ability to draft the guy that you probably should, right. Number 4. So I think
in that situation, do you include the 5?
I was about to say that'd be crazy.
Jeremy Grant, or are the
Wait, say that again?
In that scenario you're presenting, is it a pick swap at 4 and 5, like the Kings would draft at 5 and have Jeremy Grant, and there's obviously players involved here? Or are the Pistons in the scenario that you're talking about right there? Do you think it's the Pistons at 4 and 5?
Oh, no. The Kings are moving back 1 spot. No, that's what the cost of this is. At a minimum, it's a Jeremy Grant or it's a Sadiq Bey.
That's some John Lynch stuff right there.
It might even be more. It might be again, if it's Sadiq Bey, it might be Sadiq Bey and a future first. Like that's where you're at. You're trying to jump, but it's not just 1 spot. It's now 1 spot that everybody else wants as well. We could talk about Indiana, and you can start saying
Washington.
Yeah, is Malcolm Brogdon enough to move from that pick from number 6 to number 4? Well, maybe not if Jeremy Grant and something else is on the table.
Right.
Maybe not if not to say that Bradley Beal's going to be on the table. I don't know if that would be the case, but Julius Randle. There's some clear, rumors that the Knicks are interested with the 11th pick. We've talked about, they're saying there's teams outside of the lottery that are interested as well. I mean, again, Atlanta would be super interested in moving, but I think Atlanta would be interested in moving to 7 as well, or 6 or 5. And so that's where I've always said, like, look, make your first move. That's fine. Then make your second move. Because if you're not comfortable where you're at, if you're at number 6 and Keegan Murray's gone, and you're looking at Shaden Sharp or a Matherin, and you're like, okay, but you can move back and pick up a John Collins. Now we're talking about something different, you know? Like, I don't know how you walk out of this draft, like when it's all said and done, all the dust settles, how they did, but there's potential for them to walk out with 2 frontline starters. And that's good.
And your pick?
Well, and a pick, but that pick could be later. You know, I've said it, like again, if you can go from 4 to 5 and pick up Jeremy Grant, and you can go from 5 to 16 and throw in Harrison Barnes and pick up a John Collins, that's how you win the lottery. That's how you win the draft. That's how you win draft night. And it's because you were given the opportunity to move up to number 4. It gave you the leverage to make multiple pickups, and that's huge. You know, it's absolutely tremendous. Moving from 7 to 4, it probably gave them one extra big bullet in the gun. Yeah. Now, maybe none of it works out, and you just sit there and you go, all right, fine, we'll just draft him. Just draft Ivey. He doesn't really, you know, it's not his preferred destination. It's also a player that the Kings know isn't probably going to be a good fit with Fox. You draft him, you figure it out later.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's not bad to have options, and it certainly sounds like the Kings may have options. I want to get to something you guys started to talk about a little bit regarding De'Aaron Fox, but I want to take a different direction with De'Aaron Fox for just a second.
Okay.
Do you think anyone's calling about him?
That's a good question. I mean, they could call. Like, I think there's like a misnomer about how teams like act in this situation. It's not like they fill out like a trade machine and send it over, right? Like, hey, here's a screenshot of a trade machine.
Who says no?
Who says no? That's spectacular. That's not the way the league works. The way the league works is that these guys are all in constant communication with each other. And it may not be just straight up Monty McNair with Daryl Morey, or there are so many ties that bind these guys together. And so Wes could be calling a handful of guys, and you know, Phil Johnson can be calling some guys, and like all these guys in their front office, they could all be listening to different ideas from different people all over the place. Agents are involved. They could be calling agents like, hey, if we did this, how would your client do? You know, what if we did something like this? Like, it's a complicated web of information. And so when you get to a trade deadline, or you get to the last year's offseason, you've already had cursory conversations with so many teams about your players. Like, if you don't think that it seems strange that the Utah Jazz were so hot after Harrison Barnes, right, at the deadline. Well, why would we think that why wouldn't they be since Danny Ainge is there now instead of Boston, where Boston was so hot on Harrison Barnes for years? So you already have these like pre-ideas of who people like and what kind of things they would be willing to give up to acquire a player. What kind of deals make sense for everybody, you know? So you've had all of these conversations. You get to the draft combine, you're having more. All-Star weekend, you're having more. There's always something that is happening where these guys are communicating and sort of a broad picture. They all have an idea of who could be available, who isn't, and what it would take to get somebody. So I don't think that anyone thinks that the Kings are ready to move off of De'Aaron Fox right now. Maybe they thought so at the deadline, but when the Kings, you know, moved off of Tyrese Halliburton instead, it kind of cemented the fact that Fox was going to be here. And then when you saw Fox and Sabonis together, you're like, man, I don't think there's any way I would break that tandem up yet. You have to give that an opportunity. And I mean, what you're saying, you could just draft Jaden Ivey and trade De'Aaron Fox, but you're not going to get the same value. Because Fox has got a $28 million salary or $30 million salary attached to him next season. And that's going to hurt your value in taking it back and what you can get back in exchange for him.
Right. I want to go down that road a little bit too, and maybe even a little further back, just because I'm curious. I've had conversations during last season and before the Halliburton trade and everything else. Did anybody, to your knowledge, want De'Aaron Fox? Anybody inquire? Was it a situation? People say Indiana just straight up said no. We'd rather have Halliburton. Do you have any intel on what the rest of the league was looking at when they saw De'Aaron Fox?
I don't think his market wasn't what you would hope it would be at the deadline. Like from what I've heard, like it wasn't just like a bustling market, but also like he had way more value to the Kings than he does to another team. You know, if a team like the Knicks wanted De'Aaron Fox, like there's no way that like a team like the Knicks wouldn't want De'Aaron Fox. Number one, they don't have a point guard at all. And so Fox would fit perfectly there. Number two, Scott Perry is still there, I believe. And Scott Perry, or he was during this last season, Scott Perry is the guy who was here and helped draft De'Aaron Fox. So like there's a lot of complexity. There's no way that there was no market for him. The question is, was the return Domantas Sabonis or better? And I think the answer is no at that time. Now, these things change all the time. I really do think that there's a way that he could actually be a very marketable player right now. And I think that he has every opportunity to grow his value, at least to where it was before and maybe even higher. So, but again, I think as of right now, he has higher value to the Kings than he does any other team. And the number 4 pick has tremendous value, and there's nothing attached to it yet. And so it's still like this brand new shiny Lamborghini sitting on the sales room floor that, you know, you're going to get something for it, and it's going to be gold, whatever it is. And I've said that from the beginning, it's going to be gold. If they're going to move off this pick, they're going to get something very good that makes them a better team. Whether he ends up being a superstar or not, we have no idea. But sort of the whole, you know, one in the hand, two in the bush thing, like if you can get something you know is really good and you still don't know if Jaden Ivey is going to be like the projected star that he could be, maybe he gets there, maybe he doesn't. We don't know. But, you know, there are really good players that you could get in exchange. And if there's multiple teams bidding on that spot, I'm pretty sure you're going to get what you want from a team.
Is it as simple as more talent makes De'Aaron Fox better? Or let me rephrase that. Let me phrase it in the way Kenny would say it. Is it as simple as adding more talent, regardless of position, helping De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, you have to help De'Aaron Fox, right? Like at some point, you do have to get the pieces. And then there's also the other side of it. He has to make people around him better. So we can't just keep saying, well, that didn't work, this didn't work, that didn't work. But I think if we even pull the players out of it, right, and just take away, like, add the instability of the franchise, like, look, De'Aaron Fox and Buddy Hield were a dynamic backcourt under Dave Yeager. They were dynamic, and they were fun. And they won 39 games, and they could have won a few more. And if you would have kept building that team, then we might not be having all these conversations now. But that's not the direction the franchise chose to go. They chose chaos. They chose, you know, to fire Dave Yeager and go a different direction and mix it all up. So I think my point is that, you know, how do we judge De'Aaron Fox and say, oh, well, he didn't make anyone better, when we all talked about it, not this season, but last season, how they walked into the year with like 6 players. Like, that's not fair to De'Aaron Fox. Like that, you know, so yeah, I want him to be better and I want him to be more consistent, but I also think that having a consistent coach, having a consistent identity, putting players around him that actually fit his play style. Like, how many years do you not have a stretch 4 for this team? Like outside of Nemanja Bjelica? Like that is a requirement at the NBA level, is that you have a stretch 4. And the Kings now, maybe they have Trey Lyles who can sort of be a stretch 4, except for he shoots like 32% from 3. So maybe you don't really have it. So again, like put the right pieces around him. It's not that difficult. Look around the league. They do it with they did it with Donovan Mitchell. They put the right pieces all around him. You know?
That's the thing that I continue to start to ask the question about, at least, is like because people talk about the fit and then people are so quick to say, oh, they haven't won anything with De'Aaron Fox. Like, you don't ever worry about fit with him. I just asked the question, like, well, at what point do you invest in De'Aaron Fox? Because it doesn't feel like they have done it the entire time he's been here. They haven't had any shooters around him outside of Buddy Hield, which was a shooter-ish type player. It wasn't an actual guy that was out there producing the way you would need to around De'Aaron Fox. I would say the Sabonis situation, probably the first time they actually invested in De'Aaron Fox, and he played the best basketball of his career.
Yeah. No, what it kind of feels like is that you bought a brand new house in a neighborhood and everyone around you, they all got a brand new house. And then you just didn't do anything to maintain your yard the whole time. And so everyone's house looks like a brand new house and your grass is dead and all your bushes are horrible and your sprinkler system's broke and, you know, you just didn't maintain it. You didn't give the necessary things to maintain what you're doing or to add to it, you know? And that's what it kind of feels like. De'Aaron Fox is still a very, very good NBA player. He still has potential to be a multi-time All-Star. He's 24 years old. He hasn't reached his prime yet. He will soon, but like he's in a position where if you put the right pieces around him now, all of a sudden you could have a player that you're just loving the fact that he's under contract for 4 more years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think anyone should be dreading his contract at this point. Maybe 2 years from now, if it hasn't really worked out, but even then, I still think you'll be able to move off of him.
We'll continue. I want to add to that, and I will. We'll continue to talk about De'Aaron Fox and the importance of this number 4th pick, some different ideas with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here on ESPN 1320.
We're clear. I said, come on, man. Come on now.
Yeah, I'll tell you when the stream's off why that's not nearly as funny to me as it might be.
Oh my God.
I missed everything.
No, it's I'll tell you when the stream's off.
All right. Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Mike Brown's press conference should be early next week.
Yeah, I'll bring that up on the air because Kenny, we're guessing probably Tuesday, but
it's on its way. I think we'll have a day where, you know, we kind of do sort of get some questions, but I think at the same time, a lot of the questions might shift to like what's going on, what's going to happen in the coming days, and of course they won't give up anything, but you know, I don't know. Like it doesn't. Well, I guess it could hurt somebody, but I don't think it really hurts you to make a deal early, even at this point, unless you get to the draft and something weird happens where Jaden Ivey goes number 2 and all of a sudden like the tumble effect and you gave up a pick that now is something totally different than what it would have been. So I will backtrack. The Kings probably won't trade out. But we will know like pretty soon, like what they have, the parameters.
And it feels like there's no real need to, like I said yesterday, unless you're like ready to say it's Donovan Mitchell. And the Jazz are saying today, Donovan Mitchell will run. Yeah, you just don't worry about the draft. Just say yes to the trade and trade for Donovan Mitchell and worry about that later. But unless it's an all-star, perennial all-star like that, I don't think there's any reason not to just really wait till you're on the clock, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, if Mitchell becomes available, but I just don't think Mitchell becomes available. Okay. Like I don't.
Not this summer. Zachary, I haven't golfed since I went out there, man. I've been busy, man. I'm telling you, man, this all-star experience for baseball. It's a lot of time spent, man. A lot of time spent. I want Iguodala.
Iguodala. Death beam to my head. What? Why would there be a death beam? What are you talking about? The hell? Come on, Max.
J-Star, we don't do fantasy football, but we do pick'em leagues, and we will have a pick'em league going on.
Ooh, I like pick'em leagues.
Yeah.
I played fantasy for way too long. I don't like doing multiple teams.
You can get in the pick'em league, J-Star. Yeah, not sad about it. I like Jawaski Tart going to the Eagles on a 1-year deal. I think the Niners had no interest in him. Like, he could have signed a 1-year deal with the Niners. And I think they offered him nothing. That's just my guess.
Where are y'all seeing this Mike Brown press conferences scheduled? I mean, I haven't gotten an email. I don't think any of us have gotten an email.
No.
I feel like we would, and I don't see it posted anywhere. Can you guys share where you got that from? Because I think a couple of you posted like different days and times. Some of you might just be talking about the neck.
Sorry. Some of them were being sarcastic about Father's Day.
That's pretty funny, though. That's a way to come full circle.
Well, yeah, because like I made that joke too. Like that's probably what they're going to do because that's what they did on Mother's Day with Mike Brown. Yeah, that's
full circle. Mike Brown. It turns out Mike Brown and the Kings hate parents.
Here we come, guys. Here we go. Ooh, Outcast. You know how to get me going for the Friday. Oh, boy, little cast out of here. I'm ready to go now.
Well, you better go get the door. Alexa just said someone's at your door.
No, Alexa, shut up.
He was jamming. He didn't even hear it.
I don't know. I don't have anyone here that talks to me when someone's at my door.
Well, I can't open my door from my phone either.
Oh man, please, you got Kenny. There is someone at your door. Funny because we all heard it and you didn't. That makes me laugh. That makes me laugh. 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham, with us here, creator of the Kings Beat, with us. Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat YouTube channel as well. Every once in a while, Ham and Sean and Brendan, they do a live show, and those are a lot of fun. You guys did a live show. I think it was last night, right?
Yeah, last night we started right at 9:00, a little, maybe a couple of minutes after 9, after the finals game, because I had to gloat because I said Celtics in 6. And
said Warriors in 6.
Warriors in 6, and Brennan had Celtics in 7, and Sean had Warriors in 5.
He did.
Yeah.
Poor Brennan, the only one who has like a true vested interest in all of this, has to do the podcast minutes after his favorite team loses. We had Quentin Mayo on yesterday, our guy over at BetQL, BetMGM tonight. He's kind of a sneaky Washington Wizards insider, really an NBA insider for the BetQL network. And he was on top of the Washington Wizards' desire, one of the many teams, of course, with the desire to move up to number 4. And we worked out different trade ideas for the Wizards and the Sacramento Kings that centered around, I think it was Kyle Kuzma, that number 10 pick. I think we went with Denny over Rui. Mm-hmm. And in exchange, you'd get the 4, Rashawn. And I think we threw in Justin Holiday. And that was kind of the centerpiece of that trade. It wound up, we posted the trade on YouTube. I think it was 400 or 500 votes. It was 52% to 48% no.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough. And the problem that you have is that Kuzma has 2 years left, but the second year is a player option.
Yeah, we tried to talk through that a little bit. I don't think people cared.
Yeah, it's $13 million. His player option for the second year is $13 million. There's no way he's playing for $13 million. So he's going to opt out, and then you're going to have to risk losing him. And I just don't. There's no way. Like maybe, but like Washington has a tough road to get him, because what Washington wants to do is like to be solid, to be good, and so their pick won't have as much value. So if you say, hey, we want your number 10, but we also want your first round next year, like in that deal at this point, there's no way you're doing that deal without their 2023 pick as well. But they're still going to be they'd probably be solid because they're still going to have Bradley Beal, and I think Richaun Holmes would be their best center. He'd slide right in there.
So in that case, it's not Rui or Denny. It's probably both of them, right?
Well, no, because I don't know that has that much value. Like if you're going to ask them for 3 forwards, I don't think that the value's there. Like either like Denny or Rui and Kyle Kuzma and the number 10, I'm going to want something else. There's going to be something else. And that something else can't just be like another forward who's unproven.
So they looking to. Woj said it. I think you said it. You said it.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
They want it all.
Yeah.
Brand new socks and drawers. They want it all. And for 4, do you think Jaden Ivey in 4 commands what the Kings are looking for? Jaden, because this still is for Jaden Ivey. Do you think he commands that?
I think he does. Like, because there's a mystique about draft picks until they're drafted. And I don't know what it is, how it holds up that way, but it's always been that way. And it's just the pick is worth so much more. And again, I think when you look at the pick being worth, like this has become a true 4-player draft. I told you guys that there's a chasm between 4 and 5. Like there's a gigantic drop off, and people can keep saying Keegan Murray, I'm fine going number 5, but I'm fine with him going number 5 or AJ Griffin or Dyson Daniels or Benedict Mathurin or name that pick, Shaden Sharp. Any of those guys could go number 5.
So
we know who's going number 4.
Then why? Because it seems like we've talked about who has and hasn't met with the Kings. It seems like Keegan has met repeatedly with the Kings.
Yeah, well, because he'd probably be on the board at number 5, and you probably already have an understanding what you can get from Detroit. Like, let's not forget that the Kings, just magically, I told you this the second they moved up. It wasn't just about getting the 4th pick. It was the 2 teams that they moved ahead of, and maybe the 3rd and the 4th team as well. But really, the 2 teams they moved ahead of in Detroit and the Pacers. Those are the 2 teams that they've been trading with the most. Like, they just got the Sabonis deal done, but they also got the Marvin Bagley deal done. Like, there is communication. They already know what could be potentially, who is off limits, who isn't, what they could get from one of those teams, what they can't. They already have a good idea. And so I think that, like, they're natural trade partners for sure. But that's also why I say, like, move down 1 spot, move down 2 spots. That's fine. Now, can you do it again? Is there another way to do it? Can you go get more players by moving down again? Because I think you are taking a huge risk moving from 4 to 5 or 4 to 6. Even if you're getting a really good player, you're still taking a huge risk at that player that Jaden Ivey is going to be a star. But if you can parlay that pick into another really, really good player or 2 really good players, all of a sudden you did like a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1. And that's when you start to think, okay, you can turn this thing around much quicker than everyone thought.
Mike Brown's introductory press conference is, in fact, Tuesday at 11 a.m.
I got something right.
According to
the Sacramento Kings YouTube channel. They have it set so you can be notified. Haven't emailed us to tell us, but
no, none of us.
None of us got that email. But if you've got some astute viewers over there on the YouTube channel, they alerted us that it's posted on YouTube. It's not posted anywhere else, but it's posted on YouTube. Mike Brown's introductory press conference, 11 a.m. on Tuesday.
James looking like the angry emotion. And what was that, Inside Out?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just like
James has added up to here with the Sacramento Kings.
What if you don't alert your media and your YouTube channel is literally Mike Brown and Monty McNair sitting there by themselves with no one asking any questions because you didn't bring anyone in?
The good news is the Sacramento Kings listen to this show. They're hearing this now, looking around. Hey, we didn't send out the media advisory.
Wait a second.
By the end of the show, we're gonna have an email in our folder that say Mike Brown's press conference is Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
James is so sick of all of this. James is about to become Utah Jazz insider. Jazz.
Yeah. It's just get on the same page. Like, it's okay that there's some rough patches here and stuff, but get on the same page because clearly they told their own digital team that they're doing something, and then it's possible that that person just like literally didn't know what they're doing and accidentally put it out there and like, yeah.
That's all right. Well, we all
gotta get on the same page.
We're here to relay information. Just be on the same page. Look, if you're not on the same page today, it's fine. If you're not on the same page Tuesday, that's fine. Be on the same page on Thursday. Whatever we're doing on Thursday, let's make sure we get this right. Don't, for the love of God, don't miss. I don't even know what that means. Just don't miss.
Yeah, don't miss.
No, James is in full pissed off mode. We've lost.
No. I'm with you. Like, don't miss. Like,
No,
that's the end of the
out of your ears.
Yeah, that's the end of the story, though, right? It's like keep talking about wanting to break your playoff streak and all that stuff. Well, if you really believe that you can break your playoff streak, 4 new players, 4 new rotational players, not 1, not 2. Not 3.
That's what we're going.
Maybe 4.
LeBron James Ham.
You want to prove that you're serious about it? Game on, because that's how you prove it. Because if not, this team is a long ways away. That's not easy to do. It's not easy to turn this thing around, and it's not like you cannot get this thing turned around with your draft pick. Like, and that's what people who are like, hey, stay at 4 and draft Jaden Ivey. It's like, okay. And 2 years from now, when you got to trade De'Aaron Fox and maybe you get some value for him and you're still starting over just because you're waiting for an athlete to, become a mature player and all that stuff.
Right.
Like if you are serious about it, you signed a coach that you believed could get you there faster than the other coaches, then you got to put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. Go out there and walk the walk.
That's what you talked about. That's like the cycle, right? You guys even go back to DeMarcus Cousins, and that's the cycle. Like the one thing that I said even before they had the number 4 pick or whatever the case may be, and people were so against it, like you built the draft, and I understand that, but the thing that people forget is the Kings always draft. Like they always draft. They don't never trade their draft pick. They draft every year except for that 1 year when Vlade gave up the pick swap or whatever the case may be. But they've never traded their draft picks for established talent. And with having Fox in going into his 5th year, I think, or 6th year, having Sabonis now,
yeah,
this is the time to trade your pick for established talent. Now is the time to do it if you're ever going to do it. And to what you're talking about, James, you're not even trading your pick to just like trade out of the draft. You're just moving back and taking a different pick and adding established talent. Like this is a perfect scenario.
I think so too. Like there just comes a point where you have to build the team. You can't just keep waiting for draft picks to materialize. And I get it that some teams it's worked out. Well, it hasn't worked out for you. Like, and it doesn't matter what year we look at, what generation of Kings we talk about. It just hasn't worked out. The last, like, 12 years that I've covered the team, like, you miss every single time. And I think the easiest way to not miss is to trade that pick for talent that's proven. But
easiest way to not miss is don't pick.
Yeah, there's a danger in it for sure, right? I totally agree that there is a huge danger in trading the pick. But you've also like again, so I think Jill just brought something up in the chatty house. Like, just look at the DeMarcus Cousins pick, right? Where you ended up with the 10th pick in the draft from New Orleans, right? You took that pick and you traded for 15 and 20. And you struck out at 15 with Justin Jackson. You struck out at 20. Number 13 and 14, of course, is Donovan Mitchell, Bam Adebayo. Number 19 is John Collins. Like, you miss, like, and then, like, number 22 is OG Anunoby. And number 27 is Kyle Kuzma. You miss, like, 17 times in one draft. But go back to the 10th pick, and Portland traded the 15 and 20, and they traded that pick, and they traded for that pick, and they drafted Zach Collins. Like, they blew that pick too. So my point is, like, the draft is a total crapshoot. Like, we don't know. Again, I think that between 5 and 10 and between 10 and 20, there's going to be way more players between 10 and 20 who work out than between 5 and 10. That's just, it's the way that the draft works. And I know there's more numbers and stuff, but, like, there's potential stars hiding all over in a draft. This one is weird, but, like, I think at some point you do have to try to progress as a franchise and try to build a different way. And, like, I think the best way to do it is to move off this pick. I've been saying it for a long time, but you got to get gold. You got to get what you need to, make it, to get yourself off the schneid.
More ideal scenario, you move back and get, let's say, 2 players of, certainly one's got to be a starter, and then we'll say the other one is a strong rotational player, and then in a later outside the lottery pick. Kind of sounds like Atlanta in the way I'm describing, but that's scenario 1. Scenario 2, you move up into the top 3. Which is more ideal?
Just depends on what you're trying to do.
You move to number 2.
Okay, so I'll say this. This is kind of harsh. If you had Sabonis under contract for the next 4 years instead of the next 2 years, I think moving up might be, like, easier to swallow. Because it doesn't just cost you this year. I mean, you get a really good player in this year's draft. It costs you 2 things, though. It costs you the ability to add multiple starters, and it costs you next year's draft and the ability to trade the year after, the year after, the year after, depending on what your pick protections are. Well, the problem is you got Sabonis under contract for 2 years, and you need to make an impression. And you've done a good job of, like, putting a big smile on his face. You send him to New York. He comes home with the 4th pick. Again, he's superstar. Like, everyone loves him. He did amazing. Even the look at Dame was, like, so spectacular that night. All of it doesn't matter. If he doesn't win, he won't want to be here. So I think you have to add that as an ingredient to this, that at some point you can't just keep waiting to be good. And I'm not going to cap what I think De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis can be as a combo. Like, I can't, like, if they're your 2 best players, I'm not ready to say that that's just an 8 seed or 6 seed, that's the highest you're going to climb. They could be incredible together and find some synergy that we saw in, like, the small burst, but be great together. And then if you add the right pieces, if you add really good rotational players, not marginal rotational players, really good rotational players around them, starters, high-level starters, using that number 4 pick or number 6 pick or whatever it is, like, that's how you make everyone happy. You get the owner happy because you're winning. You get Sabonis happy and he's ready to stay long-term. De'Aaron Fox is happy. The fan base is happy. Everyone is happy if you do this the right way. Now, if Jaden Ivey goes on to be an all-star, but you made the playoffs 3 times in a row, boom, 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 while he's growing into something, I think people will forgive you.
I agree. I agree. I think, and I'm ducking right now. I don't know if I want to bring this subject up. I think that's the biggest thing. One of the bigger things with Luka. If Marvin would have worked out and they made the playoffs, yeah, people would have been like, you passed on Luka, but it wouldn't be as big as what it is if they were 2 times in the playoffs with Marvin Bagley averaging 17 points a game. If they were Memphis, Memphis passed, you know what I'm saying? Like if they're Atlanta, like, yeah, people talk about, oh, you passed on Luka or you traded or whatever, but Trae Young going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Trae Young back in the playoffs. So it's not as bad. And that's the same thing that I think about right here. If Jaden Ivey is what a lot of people think he might be, but you're winning and you're in the playoffs, I don't think it's going to hit you nearly as hard, if at all.
Well, and to your point, what about the Phoenix Suns, who botched that pick worse than anyone and took DeAndre Ayton, which they're not even going to extend it? Like, he could just walk away. They might be able to trade him in a sign-and trade, but they're getting pennies on the dollar for the number 1 pick in the draft. They could have had Luka, but you forget about all of that because they went to the NBA Finals. You forget about it. So I think this is one of those things where, like, it could be tested. The winning cures all. But I'll also keep telling people, this is not a normal draft, and like, we all fall in love with players, or we all start speculating on who a player could be. And again, put this draft class against last year's draft class, and tell me, where does Jaden Ivey go in last year's draft class? 8, 9, 10? Like, we aren't talking about him being Russell Westbrook. That's the nature of the draft. The nature of it, everyone just looks at it and like the year that we're sitting in. But you know that Cade Cunningham is going number 1. You know that Evan Mobley's going number 2. You know that Jalen Green is either going number 2 or number 3. And then you start getting to Jabari, and you start getting to Chet, and you start getting to Paolo. Like, when Scotty Barnes, where does he fit into that? Like, Jalen Suggs, what he was thought of last year. My point is, like, are we making way too much of a big of a deal of the Kings trading the number 4 pick? It has gold value right now, but is it fool's gold? Is it real? And the fact is, we won't know for 3 years, 4 years, if it's going to be, if Jaden Ivey's going to be that good. And he could be great. Like, I'm not saying he can't be great. I'm just telling you, like, if you compare this historically to other drafts, it's not a great draft, and he might not be as like highly regarded in another draft as he is today. And so, yeah, it's just, you got to look at all of the angles here. And I would say, like, if you can cash in, because there's potential to get really, really good here really quick.
I agree.
There's a lot more pressure on a 4th pick too.
Yeah.
That falls on the Kings. That falls on the pick as well. So, you know, when you're drafted to an organization like this, one that hasn't purposely been losing, but just has been losing, there's a lot of pressure on you. Keegan Murray, going in the right direction. See things like, change the culture there. Every damn draft pick who interviews with the Sacramento Kings, Kenny says, has got to operate off of the same set of note cards. I'm going to change it. I'm going to be the one. Who said? I can't remember who said it was. The losing stops with me. I can't remember if that was Davion or Tyrese or who it was. But it's pick after pick after pick after pick. Subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Subscribe to the Kings Beat YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel as well. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We appreciate you being with us wherever you are. It is going to be a hell of a week next week. We will be here on Monday. Go figure. We've got Mike Brown's press conference coming up on Tuesday. We got an 8-hour draft show coming up on Thursday. James Ham will be along for the ride. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Have a tremendous weekend. Enjoy that McQueen and the Violet Fog responsibly. And we'll see you here Monday at noon on ESPN 1320.
Go Giants. It's a wrap.
All right, you guys got about 5 minutes to throw your questions at Ham. I got to get up for a second, but I got to jump on with CBS in a few minutes. So you got 5 minutes to get your questions out for Ham. I'll be right back.
Yeah, what do you guys got? Yeah, I'm not trading for Gordon Hayward.
No.
Hayward. Like that would be a nightmare. And he's a good player. He just can't stay healthy, and he's
$30 million.
makes yeah, and he's on the wrong side of 30. I think he's on the wrong side of like 32. But yeah. Any reason the Kings didn't go after Christian Wood? That's a good question. I just think that they have much bigger plans working through here. And let's not forget that that Monty McNair still has a lot of friends who work for the Houston Rockets, and he might know something more about Christian Wood than what we do. And so I would keep that in mind. Will Mike Brown have any input on the draft? From Eric. No. Head coaches rarely do. They certainly can have like hey, what do you think? But I think that Mike Brown was promised that like they're going to try to build him a team right now. And so he needs to kind of step back and, well, I mean, he hasn't even had time. Like this whole notion that he likes Keegan Murray. Like, man, I don't know if Mike Brown knows who Keegan Murray is. I got to be honest. I mean, he has a tough time knowing who, like, Nemanja Bjelica is, like, on his own team. Like, you're dealing with a 15-man roster in the middle of the playoffs, the middle of the postseason, and you're making a championship run. I don't think he has any idea. I don't watch WWE. I don't think Bradley Beal is a real possibility. That's a question there. Yeah, Nemanja Bjelica, 2022 NBA champion. I love it. I don't think Siakam is a possibility. You never know, but like Toronto keeps it pretty tight to the vest.
From what I'm hearing in Toronto, none of that is a possibility.
Yeah, they're actually
OG. Like OG's not a possibility. Like
yeah, and they're closer to being good than they are to being bad. They really aren't that far away, especially when you consider what's my brain, that Scotty Barnes is just a second-year player and that there's so much room for his growth. So this question right here, if Paolo falls to number 4, would you keep it? I almost guarantee you that Paolo doesn't fall to number 4. I understand the question, but when Houston traded away Christian Wood, it informed the league that they were drafting a big man. And so you're really rolling the dice that that somehow Ivy goes number 2 and upsets everything.
The only scenario that happens is Chet goes to 1, somebody moves up and gets Ivy at 2. The Rockets then take Jabari. I'm not even sure they would take Jabari over Paolo.
I don't know. We'll see.
Imagine
I mean,
Jabari moving to 4 after all of this.
I asked Jabari today, have you talked to Sacramento? And his answer was like, no, I haven't talked to them at all. And I brought up the fact that his mom played here. And he said, yeah, my mom, lived in Sacramento for a while and liked Sacramento. But he's like, in all honesty, I haven't even talked to my mom about the possibility of going to Sacramento. That tells you that there's no way.
You got that promise. You got that promise.
Yeah. I mean, I just really, I'm so confused about like the way that this has all been handled, because like it's just weird, because we're gonna talk to the guys and we're going to ask them, and then that becomes a story again and again that you haven't talked to anyone. So that lends me to believe that their idea to trade the pick has been going on for a while. A trade back with Detroit likely to include Holmes. I don't know. I think the Kings would like to keep Holmes in their back pocket for a different trade to add a different piece. The Kings have a ton of expiring contracts, and they even have a couple of trade exceptions. So they could do something like, what is Jeremy Grant, I think, makes $18 million. Maybe I'm a little bit low on that, 18, 19, 20. He makes around that. And if you traded for him, you got to be within 25%, 125% up or down. So that means that you got to be, what is that, 15? You got to get to 15 million. The Kings can get to 15 million by trading 6 point something for for Justin Holiday, $4 million for Alex Len, and $4.6 million for Mo Harkless. So you can get there without giving up Holmes, which I still believe is a trade chip more than an expiring contract. And he's not an expiring contract, but you have expiring contracts that I think have value. Now, if you want to get rid of him in that trade and then still have $40 million worth of expiring contracts, or say him and, again, you can use a trade exception there. You could use, well, there's different ways to do it. You can use, Alex Len, whatever. Like, you can get pretty close without, like, damaging all your other assets.
What'd you say, Jesse? Jesse said we're running ESPN.
We're what?
He said we're running ESPN. Maybe you say. Oh. He was saying something on air. Oh, he told the air that we're running ESPN radio, not David Arado.
Oh.
We're good. That had nothing to do with us.
Oh.
He just got in my ear and he's like, due to technical difficulties, we're running ESPN radio. It's like, huh? We still on?
Jim Thurkill.
Unforeseen circumstances.
I don't think you can get Grant and Bay. Although I don't think that Grant has the value that he had before just because of his contract status and he's 28. I still like the idea of somehow trying to get Grant and John Collins because that really replaces your forwards, opens everything up. Do we have anything else crazy? Do you really think we should get Sadiq Bey? Have you looked at Sadiq Bey's numbers?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is yes. Sadiq Bey is a very good defensive player. I don't even care that he averaged basically what Harrison Barnes averaged this year. I don't care. He can play the 3 and the 4. He's a good defensive player. He's a good three-point shooter, even if his numbers were a little low. He had to force up too many shots because he's on a bad team. But he's going to be a really solid, like high-end rotational player for the next decade.
All right, we're going to shut it down. Travel safe, Aldrin. I know you got a long night ahead of you, homie. Catch up on Kings Beat podcast. One more. No, we couldn't. I can say that with 1,000% confidence. No, we couldn't.
And even if you could, you couldn't get him for what would make sense.
Nope. You could not. I promise you that general manager is not letting him go. And he's not doing that deal on the screen. All right. We love y'all, man. We appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. Be safe. And
happy Juneteenth.
Yeah, there you go. Don't worry about Juneteenth. We'll be here. We'll all celebrate together. Carmichael Dave's off, but we're here. We'll see.